If I start getting sad, say, "Don't go into that dark night, Unc. Don't do it, Unc." All right.
Start your live stream sad, and then I have to say it.
I'm live streaming. Haven't you had to do that before? Haven't I done my live stream just sad and you were just there? Hasn't that happened already?
Yeah, I'll just call you Unc. Unc.
Yeah, call me Unc, but don't let me get sad. I won't be sad. No sadness. No sadness, no badness. We are streaming so hard. We are streaming for our lives. We are streaming, everyone. We are streaming. Stream. Dreams come true. Only me and you and the Skellingtons and the Freaky Steins and the Boglins and the Swamp Things. They're real. You don't have no fear when I'm here with you. See? I'm normal today. You see? No freaking worries. Right? Unc is Normskis. And I got young Neff here, man. He's been cracking me up since I picked him up. Guys, I'm out here. I'm ready. No more sad Tony. I refuse it. I refuse it. I refuse you, sad Tony. I refuse you, sad Tony. Be gaunced from us. I'm going to work it out, though. I got to make it look normal. This is a little freaking crazy. Why is it so crazy?
Not gonna lie, YouTube's algorithm, YouTube is kind of rigged. Like, you post one video that's gets like super popular.
Yeah.
And then like you post 200 more videos, 1 view, 0 likes.
That's so crazy. What are you talking about?
YouTube.
Everybody thinks the algorithm's rigged. Everybody's like, "Oh, YouTube's working against me."
But it's just you. You're rigged. Huh?
Yeah, you're rigged, dude. You're rigged. What's up, Mojo? What's up, Susan? What's up, Gorilla Biscuits? Look at how I look right now.
I love Gorilla Biscuits. They taste good. I have them every lunch.
All right, calm down, Neff. He's going for his tight 5 on my show right now. You don't have no fear when I'm here with you. Mojo, Matsy, Gorilla Biscuit, Sue. Jessica Bowman, she's a catacue. Everybody here when I'm here with you. Let's be together for always, yeah. It's fine. Hey, yeah. Guys, I'm normal. What was is gone. What is true. What was is gone and what is real, Gorilla Biscuits. Oh my gosh. What a weird show I did on Monday. What is all this crap? I gotta freaking clean this up. What is this? The Ghoul's Lair? What am I doing over here? What is this? What is this? A painting from a mason? What is this? The algorithm seems crazy, but... Oh, nice. Listen to the new voice. Listen to the new voice.
Extanglia super chatted $10. The algorithm seems crazy, but in reality there are 200x more YouTubers than before and 5x more streaming platforms.
Thank you for the information, scientist.
Whoa, dude. Don't talk to freaking Extanglia like that.
No, that means I'm smart.
No, you were insulting, young Neff.
I wasn't.
That was...
I never insult.
You watch your mouth. He's an unknown warrior. And a Kataku. And a Kotaku. Alright. Thank you for telling me. I don't believe in anything. I'm not worried. People are like, "Oh, dude, it's rigged."
We only believe in dino chicken nuggets.
Be quiet while I'm talking at least a little, huh? Here's your sound, Extanglia. It's called bleep grains. Sick. All right. Here we go right now, you and me for fun. Everything is cool, everybody's dumb. I'm not jaded about the future of our race. We're gonna take over this place. We're gonna take over this place. Ha 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 ha, yeah. Why? This looks like, who's that guy, that freaking weird guy? He went to Weimar, Germany. He was a gay, and he painted the Pope. What was that? Gay painter painted Pope. Oh gosh, this is, yeah, this guy. This guy. It's not Velasquez. Francis Bacon. This looks like a dang Francis Bacon painting over here. What is this, a Francis Bacon painting? Guys, I've been in a dark place. These puppies are ruining my life. Isn't this members only? I thought this was members only. Oh shoot. Jess, I thought this was a members only. John Castle, Francis is my favorite painter. Look, I'm not gonna say that that's not a great painting. Here, we'll look at it as a team. We'll look at it as a team. What's this?
I love it. Keep it.
Shout out Edward Longshank. Shout out A Panini. Shout out Are We Not Men. Shout out Rachel Wilson. Rachel? Shout out Robert. Shout out Wicked Wally. Shout out Sunrocks. Shout out Partik P. Graywall.
Shout out to Skibidi Toilet.
Be quiet. Skibidi Toilet didn't subscribe. Isn't a member. Shout out Micro Phoenix. Shout out Jacob Powers. Shout out Justin MF. Shout out Eric Vigilant. M Tunk. Draco. Matt Schaefer. Sven Dinosaur. Oh, okay. Shout out Prime. Shout out Salmon Pack. Can you make sure none of the dogs are dying real quick? Shout out Abby Sheon. You can squat and crawl like a slave. Tomb of Arminius. Big Boss. Steve White. The Cheap Chimp. Omatium. Scott E. Those are only the most recent. I was trying to get it to do all of them. Oh, maybe over here? How do I make a show? Oh, right here. We'll go over here. All right, so look. Here's Francis Bacon. I've always thought this painting was fascinating. We'll look at Francis Bacon paintings real quick. Francis Bacon. Now I'm hungry. Guys, because of bacon. And don't fret, you know, don't trip. Francis Bacon, all of his paintings, he was probably a pedophile. He was in Weimar, Germany, and he was like, dude, Weimar, Germany? Just before World War II? I love it here. It was his favorite place. Did you know that, John Castle? Did you know that Weimar, Germany was Francis Bacon's favorite place? Did you know that, John Castle? Kind of makes his paintings not as good. Oh, he did know that. Okay, sus, dude. What's going on?
Me?
Yeah, what's going on? Are you cool?
Okay.
You just have to fight Wolf.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Disturbing paintings, not gonna look at them. We're happy. We're gonna look at happy stuff by Van Gogh's contemporary named what's his contemporary's name? Van Gogh. Oh, I always forget. Van Gogh's contemporary. Van Gogh's contemporary. Painter friend. Sure. This guy. Gauguin. I always forget Gauguin's name. Gauguin. I hate the French. How dare you? I like this guy's paintings. And no, it's not because it's a bunch of naked people. It's not because it's a bunch of naked Hawaiians. It's because it's beautiful. I love his color choices. His color choices are just wonderful. Look at that. Look at his color choices. You can't see because of my ridiculous ways. Why is it cutting it off? I guess I'll have to make this part a little smaller.
Move, guys.
Are you being cool?
Me?
Yeah, Young Neff, are you being cool?
I am cool. I'm cooler than...
Say cooler than you, dude.
I'm cooler than ice.
Cooler than you, dude.
Cooler than you.
What the heck? Why would you say that?
You told me that.
Are you chilling out? Chill out. You're good. You're straight.
This man strangling maniac.
I love his color choices. I really do. I really do. I love his color choices. Look at that. Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
Where?
You don't see it?
Oh, now I do.
His color choices. Look at these color choices. Don't look at the naked ladies, but just perceive the colors. I love it.
Well, I'm not going to look at it.
You know what I'm saying? We're not Francis Bacon out here. We're Gauguin out here. All right? We're not going into that dark night, people. I've been in the darkness. I don't know what's going on. That's where the sharks live. I don't know what's going on. It's just been crazy for me. I haven't been sleeping. I haven't been sleeping at all. I just haven't been sleeping, yo. It's been crazy. It's been crazy. This was supposed to be a members only stream. I clicked members only. All right. You want to see something cool I made? Check this out. I'll play the song I made last night instead of being asleep. It's not that great, but in my idea it is. In my idea it is. Isn't this cool looking? Look. Isn't this cool? Wait, it's about to get cooler. Young Neff, you'll think it's cool, okay?
Okay.
Get ready. You have to think it's cool, okay? What?
Right. Wait, how much am I getting paid to think it's cool?
How much am I getting paid to think it's cool? Shoot.
I'm just joking.
I'll set up a goal for you to think it's cool. Hold on.
0 cent. 1 cent.
15 super chats for Young Neff to think it's cool, okay?
Guys.
Young Neff will think I'm cool, or do you think I'm cool? Do you think I'm cool?
You're cool.
Okay, it's cool. Alright.
Imagine right as you do it, already 15.
I bet you people freaking super chat me. Here's what I did. I set this up. This is cool. So I make it so that it makes a landscape, the music. I did that with my brain and my abilities. Do you guys like it? Do you guys like it? Okay, I love when painters use yellow and red and stuff. Stankley, thank you. Is Jung Neff crashing out? New documentary, The Rise and Fall of Jung Neff. I have a good tea mix for you, Tony, that'll help. Really? I don't care what anyone says. I do, though. Bob Ross is my favorite painter. I mean, that's fine.
He's pretty cool.
We don't have to fight about it. I just saw something. Extanglia did something? Extanglia. Why am I not a good freaking streamer? Dude, Provo, somebody tipped Provo $25 yesterday. It took 5 minutes for him to recover. I'm not good. I'm bad and he's good. Provo's good and I'm bad. People are like, Extanglia sent 5 Hello Listener gift memberships. And I'm just on my own thing. I want to muster that. I want to be like him, dude. Thank you, Extanglia. Oh.
That cheap chimp.
The cheap chimp super chatted $5. Happy birthday, Tony. Party popper emoji. Party popper emoji. Party popper emoji.
Yo!
Let's go!
Let's go. This is amazing. I'm not gonna recover. These are my final moments.
You should ask them to super chat, but it only to be emojis, like random emojis.
I'm not gonna ask them. They do what they want. All right, Extanglia. W's in chat for Extanglia. Shout out Extanglia with the 5 gifted. Extanglia with the 5 gifted. Shout out. WWE. What kind of? You can only do ops, right? When you gift a membership, it can only be ops, correct? That's correct, guys? Hello? Hello? Guys. Yes. Okay, cool. Cool. That's why I made the ops. Because some of you didn't earn your memberships. Some of you are just ops. So now you know. Now you'll get to see my my secret streams and all of the cool things.
Oh, that's cool. That's sick.
Gorilla Biscuits sent a dang suit membership. Thank you, Gorilla Biscuit. Also, Gorilla. Oh no, that's the cheap chimp. I'm mixing up my apes. Okay, the cheap chimp said, "Happy birthday, Tony." Thank you, the cheap chimp. Here's your sound. Okay.
I can't hear it.
I know, because if it plays out of there, then it doubles on the thing and it doesn't sound good. What should I do?
I would watch a live stream on my phone, but
Then it'd be a delay.
oh, there would.
I might have a headphone splitter and I could give you a pair. Would you like that?
Sure.
Let me see. Let me see what I have in this box of goodies over here.
His secret stash.
He told me he was hungry, so I went to McDonald's.
Those are fermented and have been in his secret stash for 12 years.
That's not true, dude. Come on, dude. Making me look like a freaking jerk off.
No, everybody does that nowadays.
Everybody ages their fries?
Yes, it's
Oh.
a new trend.
Young Neff is working on his type 5, guys. All right. I thought I had a headphone splitter.
You need a knife to split your headphones in half?
Young Neff is working on his type 5, guys. Hold on. Ponyo, don't do this to me! Extanglia super chatted.
They did all emojis.
That sounded like spiders. Crystal string.
Extanglia super chatted $2. Mechanical arm emoji, microbe emoji, bread emoji, alien monster emoji, octopus emoji, spouting whale emoji, goose emoji, cloud with lightning emoji.
Let's go, W. Extanglia!
W Extanglia.
W. Extanglia.
W Extanglia. That's a pretty good song. I'll give you that. W Extanglia. So we went to the place. We went to McDonald's. Here's your sound, Extanglia. Nice. We went to the place.
Oh, yeah.
And he was like, "Can you get me a golden Shri
That's
burger
not
from
what
the
I
highest?"
said. I said, can I have a spicy McChicken? You said the golden crispy deluxe spicy McChicken.
And you didn't say no. You said yes.
I know. I said
No, you said yes, Unc. I'll take the most expensive item.
Oh my gosh, get a load of this guy.
So then I didn't get him that. I said, "Why do you want?" I said, "Why do you want me to be poor? Why do you want?"
Offered it to me. Hey, can I treat you for this very expensive thing? Sure, I'll take it. Why are you trying to make me poor? That's literally what happened.
So then I got him something called like a crispy wispy dippy doopy chicken, and then we went to the front thing, and he was talking about how his dad told him that it used to be cheaper, and so I went to the lady at the window and I said, "Hey, are McMuffins still $1?" And she goes, "I don't know."
Bombastic side eye.
And young Neff said, "I don't know, bombastic side eye." That was a pretty cool thing to say, bombastic side eye, and you know, I made it about race in front of my poor nephew. Okay, all right. Oh, the chat is members only? Well, that's weird. I don't want that. I must have done that. Hold on. Let me fix this. Anyone can send mess. Oh, that's what I did. All right. Now anybody can chat.
Imagine like 1,000 people chatting.
Gosh, dude, I'm stupid at this. I'm the worst guy. Don't do it, Tony. Don't beat yourself up, Tony.
Don't go into that dark place, bro.
I thought, yeah, I told young Neff to, if I start getting sad, tell me to be, what did I say?
Don't go into that dark place, homie.
Don't go into that dark night, Tony. Don't do it, Tony. Don't go into that dark night.
Tony.
Yeah. Oh, Unc. Call me Unc. Don't go into that dark night, Unc.
Unc.
Anyway, real quick.
Dude, this should be like a memorial.
Thank you, Crease Petsavis. We got a bunch of new members. Creep Petsavis, Brody Alexander, Young Old Boy. I don't like BW. That sucks to pronounce. Haze to the Koosh. Haze to the Koosh. Thank you, Wilhelm. Thank you, Lucy Schubert. All right. Thank you for being gifted memberships by great men. By great men. Extanglia, did you see my secrets? My secrets? Extanglia, did you see my secrets today? Oh, well, since I have chat, I can probably just do this real quick. Make it so this is on screen. I'm overloading my computer. Hold on, I'll make it normal. Too many Gauguin paintings. I made some Unknown Warriors only videos and a Top Ramen only video. And I think I've members only the watching people live stream. Is this working? Let's turn some of this off. This is a little much. Let's calm down. Let's just calm down a little bit. Why didn't that change it? Oh, because that's that. Where's the thing? I just made it. It's called chat. It's right here. Where is it? Refresh. Cache of page. Okay, now I'll see your chats over here. And then I'm right here. And I'll turn off my crazy for now. I'm not seeing your chats. And
Louis Vuitton super chatted $20.
Thank you, and Louis Vuitton. Thank you.
20. Orange 20.
Big bucks. Here you go, dude. This is so crazy. Here you go, dude. Why isn't it showing up? Why isn't the chat? Oh, there's the chat. You like my new hairdo, Sonia? Thank you. Now I can close all this stuff. I don't need all this open, so I'm gonna close that.
Wait, how'd you do that chat thing?
I do a lot of stuff over here. I just geek out, man. I just geek out and I make stuff happen, dude.
One time I geeked out on my computer trying to edit a video, and I kind of ruined my computer.
Yeah, I'm always at risk of that, but you know, that's what it's called.
Like
Why you interrupt my response with a big no, dude?
Sorry.
Are you difficult?
Yeah.
Are you a difficult person? Hold on, let me see what happens over here. This looks like a Francis Bacon painting, doesn't it, John Castle? John Castle, you got emotional last week. Want to talk about it? What did I do? Did I hurt your feelings? And then you had like a fight with yourself for like an hour about whether or not I was racist. What's going on with you, bud? You cool? Hey, are my tools back? Why is this moving? I don't have this macro anymore. This macro's moving even though I don't have it. That's cool. We'll probably just do it once.
Isn't the macros like you can record what you want your mouse to do, and then you'll play it back, and the macro just do it?
I don't know. Cool Antifa hair? Cool bad comment. Doesn't it look like a Francis Bacon painting? But we like Gauguin over here. Everybody, look at this. This is nice. Don't look at that. That has too many nudes. Hold on. This one, the nudes are covered. Let's look at this one. Isn't that beautiful? I love his color choices.
I think there's a paint. I think my grandma has a painting of that inside of the house. My grandma's house.
Yeah, this is the grandma. This is probably.
No,
never mind.
Unc.
Let me stop. What?
Grandma actually has one of those, just like way
A
bigger.
Gauguin? Your grandma has a Gauguin?
I think so.
These people have jaundice? No, they're just different race than us, Extinct. They're just a different race. They're John Castle's race. They're the race of John Castle. They're the race of John Castle. Oh, crap! No, dude! Yo, help me. I need a towel. Bye! Alright, I need a towel. It went under the freaking thing, dude.
Towel. Where do you keep
This is my final stream, dude.
Where do you keep your towels?
Just get me a towel!
Is the camera off?
Yes. Come here, dude. This is bad.
I said it doesn't know where a towel is.
Give me that one in the dirty laundry right there.
Oh.
Go. You don't have to crawl. The camera's
This
off.
one?
Come on. What the hell? Give me that. Look, dude. This is crazy.
Oh, dirty laundry over here.
Give me. No, that other thing's not dirty laundry. It's just a pile of clean laundry.
Oh, this is the scariest time in my life.
I don't know what to do. I'm genuinely shook. Hold on. How did that happen? John Castle did that. Dude, don't mess with his ancient spirits. Hold on. Watch out. Here, you keep them entertained. Young Neff is going to talk to you for a minute.
Entertainment. Da, 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 da. Entertainment. Da, 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 da.
You have to do more.
So, you guys like entertainment? Well, welcome back to entertainment, where right now we have some entertainment, and we will be talking to you about entertainment. Are you entertained? Somebody comment that they're entertained.
Oh gosh. This is bad.
Talk about entertainment. So basically, entertainment is like when you're entertained by the entertainment. So that's how you're entertained. Uncle Tony! Someone's entertained. Are you not entertained? So you guys like the entertainment? First person to super chat will get me to scream chicken jockey. So like super chat.
I don't know what to do. Should I just like maybe move the computer over? And will that break everything? I'll give it a shot.
I guess go for it.
Thank you for your help.
You're welcome.
This is a sick situation.
Not like the radical sick, but
Too much sugar and Gladiator. You gotta keep up with these guys. Don't move the computer, Sweater.
speak up. Speak.
The real biscuits
Speak.
give me $2 to move the computer. The liquid fell under my computer. Don't do it. Turn it off for. Then I
Gorilla
have to stop
Biscuits super
screaming.
chatted $2. Do it !_normal.
!_normal. Here's your sound.
Do it. Well, I don't know if you should do it.
What up, Provo? What up, Nevsky? Alright, hold on. I'm gonna just move it a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna move my computer a little bit. Right now I have it propped up on a towel.
Oh, it's under it? Like the liquid is under it?
Yeah, the liquid went under the computer. Is it probably safe? Is it in the
Maybe
PC?
put the towel more under
Let
it.
me see if it's in the PC. I'm gonna see if it's in. Hold on. It's dry as a whistle.
Guys, you hear it? Dry as a whistle!
Inside is dry. It was underneath. It went underneath. No, it didn't get into any openings. Narrate what Tony's doing. Do it.
Tony said do it.
No. Oh, that's technically true. Do you know how to narrate?
Unc said, do you know how to narrate?
Oh gosh, this sucks.
Unc said, oh gosh,
That's
this
not
sucks.
narrating. Well, I guess it is, but it's kind of weird.
Unc picks up trash.
Oh, okay, good.
Unc cleans dirty floor.
It's not that dirty. Don't tell him that.
Unc doesn't clean dirty floor because it's not dirty. Unc still clean undirty floor.
Or not too dirty.
Not too dirty.
It's pretty clean, right?
Unc giggle. Tee hee hee.
All right.
Unc push his head under PC to see if clean.
I just need something to prop it up a little. I think we're straight.
I don't know. This gun.
Okay, give me that. I hate that thing anyway. All right.
Unc grabs gun. Not real gun, because we're keeping it PG. Unc props gun under PC. Hopefully.
Ow!
Ah!
Tell him that Unc bumped his head.
Unc bumped head. Rest in peace, Unc head.
All right, I think we're okay. Here's some gifts. don't.
Show it to him. Show it to him and be like, these are my gifts for my nephew.
No, go sit down.
Rated out of 10.
No, go sit down.
Move.
Go sit down. Okay, we're normal. All right. Okay. Everything cool. Thanks a lot, John Castle. Don't growl at Neff. All right, I'm coming back, guys. Oh, goodness.
Guess who's back? Unc is back.
I ask my wife what clothes I'm allowed to wear. I'm a big boy. I ask my wife. All right. Yeah, thank you, God. I can't be racist anymore. John Castle will hit my stream with a beam. So now you need a computer and flooring. No, this comp's doing good because I upgrade the RAM. Though it is, I will say this, my computer's so old that when I went to Best Buy to ask them if they had parts, they held in laughter. They were like, I told them what kind of computer I had, and they said, wait, what kind of processor does it have? I think it has like an i5 or something. I don't know what I said. Here, I'll check. And they literally looked at me like I was a ghoul. They were like, what? What? They were like, what? Hold on, I'll tell you. Unk seems like a 22 rim fire kind of unk. What does that mean?
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I have an Intel Core i5 6500. So I was like, that's a lot of numbers. That sounds cool. Right? But when I said it to the person at Best Buy, they looked at me like I was like I came in and I was like, well, I have a Tandy. I have an Amiga box. I have a Commodore Amiga. And I'm running my entire live stream off of DOS. They honestly looked at me like I was crazy. That seems good to me. And look, I recently upgraded the RAM. Now I have 64 gigs of RAM, so that's pretty good. And I have a 12 gigabyte graphics card, so that's pretty good. I've been like upgrading things, getting in there, putting things in. Don't know anything about computers, but usually it worries me what I'm doing. Yeah, it's a 10-year-old computer. Yeah. The oil business. It's a good business. It's a booming business. Does anybody get that reference? No. So we're starting up Ortho Thugs on Friday. And I have to release all the music. Remember all those promises we made? We made all these promises, and then Charlie Kirk got shot, and my dog had puppies. And a lot of my ideas for the future just kind of went out the window. Made by Jim by Jorts? Made by Jim by Jorts. Send in super chats. Wait, what? Help to reach the goal. Made by Jim Bob. Yeah, I'm a business. I am a business, big boss. I am a business now. It's nice. It's nice. And yeah, on Monday, I made a stream that made it seem like I was falling apart. And I thought I was, but I think maybe I just hadn't been sleeping. When I don't sleep, I get full on nutso. I get nutso in the butso. Like, I can't even think straight if I don't sleep. And I become like depressed. I get super depressed if I don't sleep. Like a baby or a puppy. I'm the business now. Guys, super chat that so I can work on my Chris Lestrange accent. That I actually think it's more of a Werner Herzog. My super chats are read by Werner Herzog now, but it's got a little South Africa to it. I'm gonna eat a big dirty bowl or cereal. I go with cereal, Extanglia. Guys, it's been a year since I've had a proper cereal. That's such a long thing to type. Guys, gotta keep it bite-sized for old Tony. All right. So what are we doing today, anyway? Should I fix this, or are we gonna keep this weird Francis Bacon painting screen? Where's the noise from? Oh, I still have this on. Oh, gosh. Okay. Okay, don't worry about all the things in your life. I'm gonna eat a fry. Alright. This is a vibe. Can we not admit that this is a vibe?
Take a fry and say, fry.
No, I need cereal. Well, I just didn't read it, big boss. Why can't you have cereal? Tony, you look like incense. I have some weird songs that really need some work, but I like them. But maybe I should just play a video game or something, so that, because I got young Neff here and I don't want him to be bored. Is there a person here? Where's my yada-da? Where the heck is my yada-da? Did that fall? What the hell? Oh, here it is. All right. Let's go to my new music screen. Super chat. That was an accident. That wasn't MK Ultra. That was an accident. Let's listen to this for a minute. Oh, I meant to find headphone splitters. Do you see any anywhere?
I don't know what they look like.
They look like maybe they're in here.
Headphone splitters.
Here.
Yeah.
All right, so you're on your phone anyway. You're
No,
you're playing Roblox.
No,
you're
I can't.
talking.
My phone doesn't turn on until 5:30.
So what are you looking at?
I was just looking at the time.
Oh gosh, has it gotten that bad for you, Zoomers, that you'll just stare at your phone even if there's nothing to look at?
No, I was just wondering what the time is.
All right, I'm gonna look for the headphone splitters. This is good headphone splitter looking for music. Want some? What was I doing? best I can do. Most fries are good. Gorilla biscuits. You know, most fries are good. So that's something I was working on. He said, "Bah ha ha ha," the lyrics, which hurts. Which just hurts. That just hurts. That's rough. What's funny about the lyrics, Cruder? I'm going through it. I don't know what you want. You want me to freaking Puff Daddy through it and just be like, nah. I have a song called Fat Nuh. Let's hear what Fat Nuh is like. While we figure out what we're doing. What do you want me to do, young Neff? What do you want? You want me to play games or that's stupid, right?
Do.
All right.
Which means do whatever. But it's also not do whatever.
Ninja Spade says, "Dance, monkey." Love it. God bless you, Ninja Spades. I love when people come in and say cruel things to me instead of kind things. Play Star Fox 64. What you mean? What you mean? I'm feeling bad for Tony. Mona Lisa, I finally found a friend. Did Jay raid me? If Jay raided me, then it's official. We're best buds. Just a burden to them. First he unblocks me. Now he sends everybody to me. Got no good thoughts today. I heard someone if I communicate. Mona Lisa. Oh yeah, guys, Aura Farm by donating.
$2.35, Aura farming by donating.
I forget what to do. Oh, I have a bunch of notes. Here's your sound. Hey, Panini.
Take your mouse.
Why are you being crazy?
Well, I said take
Don't be crazy.
take your mouse.
No, you didn't do anything crazy. All right. I have notes, but I don't know if I can read my notes in front of young Neff. But let's see. I got notes. Let me check my notes. Now, granted, I've been writing these notes in a haze. I've been really crazy. I like the music. Please excuse my rudeness. Oh, God bless you, Cruder. It's cool, dude. I love you. Have I told you about that? All right. That was a weird dream. My dog farted and it smelled like McDonald's for some reason. That was uncomfortable. Ugh. Guys, please help me. My dog keeps farting while I try and sleep. He likes to lie down next to the bed and turn the air sour. And, you know, sometimes I breathe through my mouth and that's, oh gosh. Maria! Hey! The only measure of a man is his commitment to Christ and his church. The only measure of a man is his commitment to Christ and his church. I don't know if I have more to say about that. That's just true. Jimmy, what up? What up, Jimmy? Ty Honey. I was just talking about how we're doing Ortho Thugs on Friday and how much work I have to do. And how I was gung-ho about it. You know what it is? I get tired, dude. And all of a sudden, I think I can't do it. Last night, I hadn't slept in something like 30, maybe 40 hours. It had been about 40 hours by... And I was like, Jimmy's going to cancel me. Jimmy's going to call me up. Like, you message me? And Maria was like, hey, Jimmy messaged you. And I was like, what did he say? He said he doesn't want to work with me anymore because I'm bad. And she's like, no, what are you talking about? But I haven't been sleeping, and I don't know what's going on. I don't have, like, a real understanding of reality lately. But I slept last night. So I'm kind of okay. I know how to do a show, and I remember remember why people watch me. It's my wife told me. Hold on, she texted it to me. She said you're interesting, you're funny. She said, you're interesting, you're funny, you're genuine, you don't lie to yourself or others, and you create beauty. And then I corrected her grammar, because she wrote Y-O-U-R. And she goes, you are pathetic. No, poetic. No, poetic. She said, you are poetic. And she said, your hardships in life have given you a sort of beautiful brokenness. I hope Maria's bruises are healing okay. Metal Stalfos with the 5 gifted. Yo! I want to hire Provo to get excited. He gets better excited than me about stuff. I love it. It's so nice. I watch Provo. Half my show is just me talking about Provo. I watch Provo, and you super chat him, and he gets so genuinely happy. It's the best thing ever. And I want that. Like, I watch, and he'll be like, yo! And then he's like, poof, 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 yeah! And I'm like, dude, I love that. I want to do that. So I'm going to try real quick. Hold on. No! I don't know why I can't, but I do like Provo. Maybe I'll hire him to be excited. Provo getting a chat is like a golden retriever getting a frizzy. It's so good. Dude, he's such a freaking ex-Mormon, dude. He has such positive Mormon energy. I love him. Freaking love that guy. So where are you guys? Is that short for provolone? J-Tonk, what up, dude? Oh, but wait, Metal Stalfos with the 5 gifted. Here's what I am capable of and what is real for me. Metal Stalfos with the 5 gifted. W Metal Stalfos. Thank you, Metal Stalfos. Shout out Metal Stalfos. I took that from Queso. Queso's got the right energy. I can copy Queso's energy. He's a fellow fat. I slept. I woke up to a bunch of calls from young Neff being like, Are you gonna pick me up?
I was at school for like 30
He was waiting outside school for 30 minutes, and I was like, I woke up. He called me. His dad called me. His mom called me. I didn't even know. I was asleep. I told him. I said, dude, I didn't even know I was asleep. And he said, yeah, nobody knows that they're asleep. And I wasn't ready for that sort of philosophy because I just woke up. Nobody knows that they're asleep? What the hell? No one knows they're asleep? What are you trying to do to me? I just woke up.
Like 10 minutes before I wake up, what I was doing. fighting a bunch of beasts.
I was dreaming. I had a weird dream last night.
I barely ever dream.
Well, you dream more when you're under a lot of stress.
Oh, so that's why I used to dream about clowns a lot.
Sure. Anyway, young Neff. Tony telling us about his Jordan Peterson sleep schedule. Yo, seriously, I was looking up Valium last night. No, just because it came on my algorithm. Like, YouTube's like, you know what you need? Valium. And I was like, what's Valium, YouTube? And YouTube's like, oh, this stuff's great, dude. You should buy it. And I was like, get away from me, YouTube. Get away from me, Valium.
What's Valium?
It's a drug. Oh. It's a drug that's used for sleep and anxiety. And it was trying to get me to do it. I'm not going to take it. To Jason, I won't do it. I won't do it. The only thing I'll do is just be awake. You are too kind to me. I appreciate it. Bravo, you're the best, dude. Thank you for renting out a movie theater to watch my show, Provo. Just don't take a sip. I used to take a sip of apple cider vinegar before I went to sleep to help with the heartburn, because I used to get pretty bad heartburn. But then I started taking nicotine, and what the change was, I didn't eat like an insane person. Turns out you won't get heartburn so much if you don't eat like a psychopath. Anyway, bye, Cruder. Thanks for coming on to my show. And oh, here, I'll go over here so you guys can see. Oh, I can make my chat be over here. This is kind of a busy thing over here, but we can add chat to it. No, this is nice. Let's hang out here.
I get heartburn every Thanksgiving because of how much I eat.
Drinks energy drinks, can't sleep. Also has a bunch of puppies, can't sleep. Every time I fall asleep, a puppy screams. Every time he falls asleep, a puppy screams. What are these, Marilyn Manson lyrics?
They sound like human screams.
They sound like human screams. What up, Austin? What up, Austin DeTulio? Yo, by the way, we just got a bunch of new things, a bunch of new members thanks to Metal Stalfo. So let's real quick take a second to thank all our new members. Krill K, Clicker, Kelly Silva, Ian Johnson, Beef Sleazy, Ben Folds 5 Chairs, Chris Petsavas, Brody Alexander, Young Old Boy, I hate that, Hayes Tudakush, Wilhelm, Lucy Schubert, Edward Longshanks, A Panini, Are We Not Men, Rachel Wilson, Rachel? Robert, Wicked Wally, Sunrocks, Hartik P. Grugel, Microphoenix, Jacob Powers, Justin MF, Eric Vigilant, M. Tunk, Draco. Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Draco. And all of those. Let's listen to Fat Nuh. Oh, we already did. Let's listen to Can't Stop, Won't Stop. What is this, a rap? What is this, rap? Quaaludes don't exist. Quaaludes don't exist. They said they don't exist anymore. All right, here's one of my notes. I'm kind of a leftist internally, and I struggle against it, but I don't remember why I said that. I have to write more notes for my notes. I'll skip that one because Young Neff's here, but I'll put a note. Return to this. I've accidentally done... Oh, I've never accidentally done the Satan hand thing, I don't think. You know how Satans will be like doing shockers, devil horns and stuff like that? And they're like, hey, dude, it's just what happened with his hand. I've never done that by accident. I've never accidentally signaled my allegiance to hell.
Wait.
So maybe there is some to that with the truthers. I was watching Provo, and somehow Provo EBT called into Provo's show and was like, you have to do my show. And then Provo's show was over and I was just watching EBT's show and I was like, this is a strange turn of events. Did you just reference the show? I have done triangle here. Well, sometimes I go like this, look, but I don't think that's an official Illuminati symbol, but I do look like an eyeball. But that's just fun. That's just for fun. But I'll never do like a Masonic. I don't think I do Masonic. I mean, I'll go like this. But that's because that's just when I'm like assessing my foes. I'll put it I'll be like this and I'll look at my foes and I'll decide whether I'm going to slay them.
Slay or stay?
So this thing, I'm not doing it. I'm not really doing it. But this thing, I've never done that by accident. So maybe there is some to this truther thing when they see this hand sign and they're like, dude, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, they all do the hand sign. And you're like, everybody's like, so what? They just did that with their hand. I've never done that by accident. That has to be on purpose. They're really working for the demons. They're working for the demons. It's always on purpose. You don't do that by accident. Even Beavis and Butthead did it on purpose. So,
wait, what did they do?
The devil sign.
Like that?
He just went like this? Like this?
What'd they do? Did
Like,
he go like this?
guys, this is the mark of the beast.
Wait, did he do?
Stop! What are you... like this? Dude, Barack Obama did this. I think it's a sign, dude. I think he's a Freemason. There's no way you do this by accident. People are like, he was just having a speech and he did this. What are you thinking? You guys are reading into it too much. He's like, no more taxes or a bunch of taxes. Don't read into it. He's having a speech. These are normal hand movements. Guys, I think that the truthers are onto something. Why would you accidentally do that? That doesn't seem like something you just randomly do unless you're on crack. He needs TPUSA for his bottle. J-Tunk. Oh, Provo said, why do I not care about people's, about having an opinion? And it's not that I don't care about people's opinions. I guess, I don't remember when I did this, but apparently in a show recently, I was like, more people's opinions. I need to know. I need more opinions. Please, everyone, please, I need more opinions. And he was taken aback by that. And he said, we don't have enough opinions in the world. It seems like we do because we're in the online sphere, but actually everybody keeps their opinions to theirself. Do you want, Provo, are you here? Do you want to discuss this for a minute? And then I thought about that. Hold on, I'm looking at your chats. It's messing me up. Let me go into my dark place. I thought about that, and it was like, I don't remember what I meant. I think what I meant was like, well, you can't, I guess I just disagree entirely. We live in an opinion economy. Shut up! Everything sucks. Everyone's stupid. Everybody just talks and talks and talks. And, oh, here's my take. Here's my opinion. And it's just like, to me, I'm just like, what's this doing for us? We're like addicted to seeing people's opinions on crap. Why? But what I think Provo was talking about is like in real life, nobody talks about their opinions. But that's because in real life, nobody even talks. Everybody's busy doing 3 jobs so they can keep themselves together. It's like we have to have opinions for everyone else because everyone else is freaking slaving away. We're the elect few that get to be online and talk our crap. And it's like, please say opinions because all I get to do is freaking, you know, fix fax machines or something. Oh, Sweater was like, ask me my take on something. I don't know. I gotta think about it. Let me stand. Let me stand. Let me think.
Stand and think. Stand and think.
All right. What would I think about that? If we say opinions, we might lose one of our 3 jobs. Yeah, that's like a thing. So everybody keeps it all inside, I guess. And so the only opinions you see are online opinions. But I don't think that means there's a shortage. The online is full of people showing you their opinions. The online is full of people saying, oh, this, no, this. Oh, but what about this? Oh, no, this. You know? They do that all day long. What? What was I talking about? Twitter. Twitter is infinity opinions all day long. And oh, there's another thing where everybody feels like they have to have like the newest take. They're like, oh, I have to say something different than everybody else, you know? And so that's like leftism. That's like what liberals do. Liberals are like, I need to say this in the craziest way so that people give me a bunch of thumbs up. I'm just getting into this right now. Yeah. I feel like it's an opinion economy, dude. I voiced my opinion to IRL people last week and they called me an evil bigot. That's not just liberals, bud. Alright, bud. My bad, bud. Sorry, I love you. What was I saying? I can't look at the chat. Let me think. Let me do thoughts. I'm not looking at chat. I have to think. I can't think if I have somebody interrupting my mind every 5 seconds, so I'm just going to look this way. Opinions. With your opinion, which is of no consequence at all. What do you think of opinions, young Neff?
Do you have an opinion?
No, come on, dude. I'm asking you real. Don't be a joker.
What do you mean?
Like, what do you think of people having opinions?
I mean, they can have opinions, but they shouldn't force other people to have the same opinion.
I don't think that's what it is. He said they can have opinions, but they shouldn't force people to have the same opinion. But what about just, what do you think of, like, you go online and there's a million YouTube videos and a million tweets and everyone's just telling you their opinion? What do you think of that? What do you think of, like, the fact that the entire entertainment sphere is just people's opinions? Or is it inevitable? Are opinions kind of embedded in everything we do? Is our opinion embedded in everything we do, young Neff?
You're scared me.
Don't look at me there. Look at me here. I'm less scary here.
It's far not different. Stop. Well, I barely ever see opinions on my social media.
Well, what isn't an opinion?
What isn't an opinion? What?
Saying there's too many opinions is an opinion.
an opinion? I don't know. Keep your opinions to yourself.
Young Neff, you heard it here first. Young Neff. Young Neff says, keep your opinion to yourself.
Like when teachers say, hey! Keep your hands to yourself. When all you did was smack a kid in the face.
Oh, he's working on his type 5. Sorry, guys.
I'm just
Yeah, that's true to Jason. This is an opinion spiral. It's hard to talk about opinions without having an opinion about it.
Wait, can you make
I guess I forget why I said that. I remember I felt it very, very close to my heart when I said it. Because it just feels like we're just inundated with people's hot takes. And it's just like, who cares? Who cares? Who cares about your hot take? Hold on, I'm on to something. I was almost there. What?
how does your background do that with your face?
I'm just out here tweaking on my OBS, dude. I just tweak on my OBS until I find something that makes me feel something. And then I deliver it to the people. And I say, what's up, guys? What's up, guys? I have emotional problems. Do you like it? I almost had my opinion. Here's my opinion. You go online and everybody's telling you their freaking opinion. And at first, well, one thing about being inundated with people's opinions is you stop taking them seriously. When you're a kid, people's opinions hold a lot of weight because you feel like you have to kind of like, yeah, you feel like you have to agree, otherwise you'll be ostracized. And so whoever's the loudest or most forthright, or just like the coolest, you're just kind of playing like this sort of social game where you're like, uh-oh, better not disagree with this person. Being far right is like kind of just snapping out of that, really. And so now everybody on the right has like these, none of us agree with each other. I'm arguing with all of my friends. All of my friends disagree. All my friends disagree about what happened to Charlie Kirk. And it's just a hail. It's like a fog of opinions. It's just a fog. I think I have to use the bathroom. Super chat. Now, super chat. Super chat. Now, this is a concept that just makes sense to me. You just give me your money, even though this is free. Hi, I'm Hello Listener. I made you free content. It's free. You can watch it. You can watch it for free. But don't, instead don't. Instead, give me your money and potentially interrupt the flow of the show. Hi, everything is covered in germs. If you don't super chat me, I'm gonna get a disease. I'm gonna touch something with salmonella on it. If you don't give me a big donation. Hi, you didn't buy my music. I told you to buy my music and you didn't. Instead, you super chatted me. Instead, you just gave me money for nothing. Continue to do so. Do it again. This isn't a one-time thing. That was last time. This is a new time. Oh, did you already today? Do it twice today. Did you already give so much? Oh, is your child going hungry? Did you give all your money to Hello Listener? A lot of people have a lot of problems, Cassandra. Okay? I'm gonna get salmonella. Did you know that for the same price as a packet of eggs, you can enrich a fat? Hi, this is the Tyrannosaurus Rex, creature of the jungle, one of the world's strongest dinosaurs. Telling you to give money to Hello Listener, even though this is free. The reason you would take my word for it is because my teeth are 10 feet long. Okay? Hi, a creature emerges from the swamp. You can't detect its eyes, but you feel it staring at you. Super chat me. Or I'm gonna let it get you. That's my favorite part. Where'd I go? I just laughed. I just laughed. Oh, oh. All right, time for intelligence. Let's stop talking about opinions. I guess I don't have it right now. I do have other things. Here's my other note. Also, not for nothing. Not for stinky nothing, but give me 1 second. Uh-oh. Nobody super chatted?
So that means you got salmonella.
Great, now I got salmonella, dude. Alright. Okay, guys, so I have one more thing to say about opinions. I wanted to ask Tony from a couple months ago his opinion on opinions. And I'll tell you what your value is based on. Alright? But maybe I should wait till I tell you the other things. Alright? Alright. And let me say this. I used to think that. Oh, I used to think that. Because I hated myself. But I noticed I could get girls. What a freaking degenerate. Alright. Kitchen Nightmares. What's that? A show about scary sinks and cupboards?
Oh, I saw that. I had nightmares for a month. My dad would never let me watch it.
I think it's a little silly doing a show I think it's a little silly that doing a show is hard for me. So that's silly. I'm like, this is hard. What are you talking about? What are you, dumb? This probably isn't that hard. Oh, I have a thing here. Apparently I wanted to show you guys.
Oh my god. Is that it? Yes! Oh my god! Yes! Oh my god.
So I don't know what this person was timing and what the accomplishment was, but it looks like they just played a sample of an Amen break and timed it. And I was like, if that's something, if that's an accomplishment, maybe I could do that real quick on my stream and then clip it. So just give me 1 second. We'll put a little timer on the screen.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, like
Is this music matching with the timer? Oh my. Okay, guys, super chat.
Young Neff is working on his Type 5. All right, here.
I don't know what Type 5 is.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying it. All right, so hold on 1 second. Where's a timer? Do I have a timer?
It's on the timer app.
Dude. Good morning. Timer. Okay. Reset. No, that's a countdown. Stopwatch. All right, ready? Okay, guys. We're going to try this. Let me turn off the overlord. No. That. All right. All right, guys. Let's see if we can do this. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right. And oh, yo, did I just do that? Yo, did I just do that? Chat, did you see me? Yo, ow! I hurt my toe. Yo, yo, 12.27. 12.27. I can't freaking believe it. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. I can't believe myself, brothers. I can't believe myself, brothers. They said it wasn't possible. 12:27. They said it couldn't be done. Yo, W's in chat, yo. W's in chat. We freaking killed it. We killed it. So sick. So sick, brothers. My brothers in Christ, we wrecked that one. We accomplished it. Okay? So I'm gonna clip that and turn it into a short, and then apparently you anything that you can speed run. Let me see if I can beat my time real quick though. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Hold on. Now let me just. Oh! I beat the best time at it. I beat the best time at that, guys. This is crazy. I can't believe I freaking 10 seconds. 10.03 seconds.
10.03 in the house.
Dude, this is unreal. There's no way you can beat that time, dude. All right. So I'll just turn that into the thing. I don't know if I can send things. I've been working on my controversial opinions. I'm actually glad people have autism. I like it.
Hey, my brother has that.
Calm down.
That makes him cool.
All right. So that's, I have another one. I think white guys with dreadlocks look really cool.
No, they don't.
Oh, sorry. I think white guys with dreadlocks look really clean.
What? Oh.
These are, I'm working on my, because you have to have a hot take, Provo. You have to have controversial hot takes, dude. It's about, this is an opinion-based economy, so you gotta have cool opinions. And I think white guys with dreadlocks look really clean.
Oh,
Yeah.
I remember at school last year, we were learning about how I came from, like, monkeys, which we didn't.
Yeah.
And we had to write a debate.
Yeah.
Like an essay debate, whether we thought it did or we didn't. And we had to write an essay for why we did think we came from it and why we didn't, so that because she had to pick which side we were on.
Go on.
I just made it so that I didn't even make the one that said, Oh yes, I think we came from monkeys. I didn't make that one. I just made one talking about how we didn't come from monkeys, and somehow I got put on the one where you have to debate how we came from monkeys.
Somehow, we did not come from monkeys. We did not come from monkeys. I am not a monkey. I am not from a monkey. Jim Bob, can we get you on this real quick? Jim Bob, tell them about it. All you have to say, says Jim Bob, is, what do you mean? Here, I'll do Jim Bob debating an evolutionist.
Wait, why don't we see if we come from monkeys, why don't we see monkeys evolving into humans anymore? Huh?
Yeah, why aren't they evolving all the time into me, dude? I ain't seen no ape become me, Dad. Thanks for nothing, Dad. This is a worthless education, Dad. So this is Jim Bob debating an atheist. Look, dude, we come from monkeys, dude. And then Jim Bob's like, how? And they're like, evolution. You're like, how though? And he said, a freaking slug grows a spleen, dude. Slug grows, why? Why did it grow a spleen? Why? Why did a slug do that? And then the slug, what, grew fur? Why? Why did it become a furry slug? Why? Just, why did it do that? That's all. That's it. That's all you have to do. Wait. Look, a fish became a freaking lizard. Why? Why did it do that? Why would it do that? And they're like, cause it went on land. Why? Oh, cause the river dried up. Oh, okay. Wait, no. Now okay. Evolution's real. All right. Can we get a "I did not come from a monkey" type beat? Sure, I'll make a song for Jimmy or for
I did not. I did not.
There you go. Monkeys. I didn't evolve from them. Gorillas. I didn't evolve from them. Apes. I didn't evolve from them. I am not from evolve. Jesus Christ made the whole world. You ape. You are an ape, not man. Powerpuff Girls. That was all my notes. I guess I'll play a song. Needs work? I disagree, GeoBrute. Your comment needs work, GeoBrute. Your comment needs work, dude. Did you see me speedrun that amen break? Yo, A Panini with the 235. Look at him
Panini
flexing.
Super shattered $2.35. Do a collab song with Jay.
He's flexing that that his money is worth more than ours. What is that, 2 British pounds? Here's your sound. Six out of 15. Let's go. All right. What am I doing? What do I do next? Did you have a burp in your throat just then? You did? I could hear it. I could hear the burp bubble. That's one of my abilities.
His superpowers.
To hear people's burps. Do you guys like me? Alright, I won't. That's not the song I wanted to play. I wanted to play this. Mojo Jojo. Oh, good one. Do you know that? Do you know Powerpuff Girls?
Yeah.
Fine.
What?
Tell them. Tell them. Tell them. I was
Austin with the 10 gifted.
Austin Di Tulio super chatted
Bro, I was
$10.
getting in the
Tell
zone.
them.
Oh.
Let me get in the zone, dude.
Okay, let's restart this, guys. Okay.
Can you? Okay, say tell them quietly. Say tell them. No, don't whisper it. That's weird. Just go tell them. Tell them. Never mind. I'll just do it myself.
Tell them.
No, that's not good either.
Tell them.
I don't know what. Oh, Jimmy, I said that I accidentally sent you it wrong. I don't know what happened there. Let me fix that real quick. After this, tell them I'll fix your waiting room song. I don't know what happened with the export glitched up. That wasn't. That was crazy. That was crazy. I don't know what happened with that. All right. Tell them. Tell them. All of my legs were broken. I had extra, but I couldn't get a BK broiler. Everybody was on me because I'm the last oiler. And you know what we say in these streets. Gotta keep them clean. Gotta keep them cleats. Because it's a soccer field out here. No fear. Everybody in the clear. Oh, that's not a rabbit. That's not stabbing a rabbit. Oh, shite. This is. Wait, hold on. Tell them. I was on 132 at the petty zoo. Baby goats. Oh, baby. Tell them. The baby goats had the sideways eyes. Tell them. Tell them. The babies. I was on the phone with my dealer. He drives an 18-wheeler. He backs it up and everybody acts up. What? What are you telling them? Kendrick, tell them. I was on the White House lawn taking a dump with my chumps. Everybody around knows what's up. What? My dog started growling. All right, well, there was that. It was different. That my nephew went full silent because of that. All right, what was that song called for you? I exported it recently. Let me just look at my exports. Thanks, I guess. My God. We have autism at home type Look, I forget how to rap. But that was a pretty good rap. Powerpuff plays the day, fighting crime, trying to save the world. Here they come just in time. The power. Let me see if this version is working. Or if it did the same crap. What the heck? Why is it doing that? Why is it going? You guys seem pretty mad at me about that rap. You guys seem pretty upset about my rap. Are you guys mad at me about my rap? That I tried? Thank you, Marty. Dangerous, no. Austin just disappointed. It just gets me so mad. Gravity Bird says that Tony is the best rapper, and I've always been a fan of Gravity Bird's. So I'm not sure what it is that glitched up, but it's these two things start here, and so does this. So maybe I'll just do all three of these and freeze them. Let me see if I can do this in record time real quick. Okay. And go. Oh. Oh. Ow, my left eye. Wait. Is this doing anything? Guys, I don't know. I'm not making great time this time. Did you eat all those fries?
Yeah. Good.
Will you get me an energy drink from the fridge?
Yep.
Thanks, dude.
Remember that song you made that was like 1, 2, 3, type 2, type B?
You heard that?
Yeah.
How'd you hear that?
You played it in the car once.
You want to hear it? It's called Orc.
Yes.
Young Neff wants to hear Orc.
Very simple.
All right, so you guys, I'll try and do my notes again. Yeah, I think I have others. Hold on. Oh, I wanted to do a YouTube essay. Here we go. Hello, listener. The title of this is Hello, Listener on Skeletons and Witches. BGM, Spooky Skeleton. Oh, let me play Spooky Skeletons in the background. I was delirious when I made this next thing. So you can't be like, oh, this guy's unserious. No, I wasn't unserious. I was particularly delirious. What up, Rip? What up? I think I saw somebody else show up. Who was it? It was Snagglebeast. What up, Snaggle? Alright, here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna have to make that real quick. Thank you, dude.
You're welcome, bro.
Freaking, yo, young kids, they can just do stuff, dude. Bro, I've been here. Alright, I'm gonna export this in a minute. For Jamie. Okay, where'd my phone just go?
Check your pocket.
I have to play Spooky Skeletons in the background for this video essay. Spooky Skeletons. Yeah, you gotta remind me to do the skeleton laugh. I'll make the essay now, and then I'll download this episode and I'll cut it into something very good. Okay? What?
One time on my YouTube homepage, there's this like old man, like something of an old man holding Pepsi and pickles, and it said how to make pickle Pepsi for free at your house.
I saw that recently.
Actually?
Yeah, what the heck was that? Did you watch it?
Yes!
What did he do? What does that
He
mean?
just put pickles inside of Pepsi and then drank it. And then he didn't post for like 2 weeks, and then I watched his latest video that was made yesterday.
Yeah.
And he was like, "What's up, my wizards? Thank you for the 100,000 subscribers." And then he started mixing up mango juice with
Dude, I gotta do that. I gotta do some dumb crap.
pomegranate.
That's really working. Alright, here we go. All right, here we go. All right, this is my video essay. Now, I wrote this when I was delirious. I'm not an unserious person. I care deeply about all the things that happen in the world. And I want everything to be better. Okay? So you can't get mad. I'm going to keep skeletons low. Hello, listener, on skeletons and the witches. The thing you have to know about skeletons is that each one has its own history, its own past. When being attacked by skeletons, we tend to think of them as a group of demonic bones with no regard for the bodies that once held them. If you can see past the rough white calcium, you can catch a glimpse of the unfortunate soul who previously called it his own. This doesn't help, or at least we have not yet found a way in which this could possibly help you, but we believe in time we can utilize this knowledge. This humanizing of the remains of man can help us to better deal with the skeleton hordes which roam our streets. In the meantime, it's important to understand that despite their similarity, each skeleton has its own particular compulsions and behaviors. While it is certainly gratifying to simply pound them into bits with blunt objects, you may be losing some of the deeper experiential strata available to you by not indulging in their individuality. Some bones, big bones, have no crack in them, but instead baseful crunch which ignite the eardrums if given due attention. You can trace the path of a Beelzebub if you listen to the compendium of bone chips once you've laid a fiendish horde of skeletons to waste. Some skeletons have triceratops skulls with a slightly arched hood and 3 massive horns. That's a skeleton captain, and it will get you if you're not vigilant. Which leads us to the question of what does a skeleton do when it gets you? How does it get you? It wraps its boneful hands around you and it tries to bite you. Is it strong? It's just bones. How does it operate without sinew and muscle tissue? Well, that's witches. They enchant the bones of the dead and make them operate as if alive. They can't control each skeleton, which is why it's good to have a bunch of skeletons attacking at once. Each additional skeleton uses more bandwidth on the witch's spell, causing their movements to be more and more rudimentary. I've had more trouble with a single skeleton animated by an autistic Wiccan fatty than an entire horde erected by a dyke coven. And then Maria called. Exactly, Living to Dream. It's not about the skeletons. Cole wants to know if you're aware that you have the coolest uncle. You went, oh, totally aware. You guys like this? I worked pretty hard on it. What up, Murder the Media? Austin DeTulio, thank you, brother.
Austin DeTulio super chatted $5. Sent Tony your money.
Austin, here's your sound, dude. Thank you, dude. All right. Look at that. Look at that. Look at it. It's like a science fiction. It's like science fiction. Thank you. Did we get any? Oh, this shouldn't be over here. I don't need this constantly. Get out of here.
Tim super chatted $1.87. Long time no super chat. Here you go. I'm glad you exist, Tone. One of the bests to listen while working of my 3D stuff.
Thank you, dude. You know what I like? I like your I like that you're working on stuff. You know. What up, Chucky? I typed "What up, Chucky" to Myron Chuck yesterday, and it came out "What up, Chunky," and that was an accident. So I retracted it and fixed it. Is that a good story? What do you have to say? Okay, keep going, bud. Well, maybe it'd help if somebody came and talked to me. All right, who wants to talk to me right now? Somebody talk to me, that way we can bounce ideas off each other. Actually, Chucky, you want to talk for a few minutes? Me and Chucky have been going back and forth on Twitter, and you know I'm an emotional person, and he knows I'm an emotional person, and I wonder if maybe you'll come on and set the record straight on our many disagreements lately. In a loving Christian manner. This is how two Christians speak to one another. Okay, he needs 15 minutes. So in the meantime, anybody can jump on and talk to me because I have to continue doing a show. And sometimes it's hard to know what to talk about it if it's just, sit here and in your brain do it. Did you see freaking Jimmy's show on Monday? That dude is a legionnaire. That man. He went for an hour and a half just using his mind. I listened to the whole, half of it. I went for a long drive on Tuesday because I thought maybe I just need to go for a long drive. Maybe that's why I'm so crazy lately. And it helped. By the end of it, I saw a rainbow and I thought about God a lot and I started to get my mind together and I realized I've been really weird lately. I've been really weird. What's been going on with me? I don't know. Now I feel a little different. Partly because I fell asleep. I had to sleep, which was important. But I listened to Jimmy's show, and he was talking about how the word hate. Hey, Tony, do you know Jared? No. Are you talking about Jared from Subway? I don't know him. Isn't he in jail? Isn't Jared from Subway in jail? Is Jared from Subway in jail? He's in jail. That dude's in jail, dude. Jared from Subway was this nice guy, or so we thought. And he was like, I lost a bunch of weight because of Subway sandwiches. And then he used his position of power as the spokesperson for Subway to do stuff to kids. I'm trying to figure out how I can say that to you, but you know what I mean.
Not really.
Well, I'm not going to tell you any further.
Oh, okay. Wait, so like...
He was a child molester.
Oh, so yes, did he?
Yeah, he diddies.
He did. Okay.
That guy diddied.
Okay.
What were we talking about? So Jimmy was talking about hate. Oh, before I even watched the show, I messaged him that day. I said, "What was your show about today? Love?" I thought that was so funny. I still kind of do. He just said yes. He didn't laugh. What was your show about? Love? I thought that was funny. But he just said yeah. Right? Yeah, he just said yes. So it's, different takes all. Oh, did I put the thing in the thing? Hold on, here's the link. Somebody come on my show real quick. Feed me content. Wait, is Keenan judging me? Keenan, why are you like this? Don't judge me, Keenan. Keenan's not judging me. Hello, I'm in this screen. Fine. While I'm waiting for somebody to show up, I'll thank all my new members. Oh, wait, no, somebody's here. Hold on. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yo, what's up?
What up, yo? Austin the Tulio. Why you got your shirt off?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I just showered not too long ago, that's why.
All right.
Because I'm a hardworking man, that's why.
I'm going to put you on my screen, but everybody's going to be upset with you.
Why?
Because you're not allowed to ever do that.
But this says the guy who takes his shirt off all the time. You're like the Bert Kreischer of the orthosphere, dude.
That is the worst thing anyone's ever said to me, bro. That's crazy. The Bert Kreischer. Dude, just go back to calling me Sam Hyde. What the hell, dude? That was a violation, bro.
I'm sorry.
The Bert Kreischer of the orthosphere? We were friends.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tony. I love you. Oh,
take it back.
Crap.
Take it back.
Alrighty, I take it back.
What's up, dude?
It back.
What's up, dude?
Nothing, dude. Just been freaking grinding, dude.
Yeah.
Freaking grinding.
freaking A, bro. What, at the deli? At the deli your uncle owns?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. Making sandwiches, dude. Mile high sandwiches, dude.
You can tell the type of person I am by what details about people's lives I retain.
Dude, no, I like that, dude. I'm the deli man. Plumber deli man.
Let's not skip past the fact that I said mouths instead of lives. Why did I say that? Hold on. Can I think of a reason I said that isn't sus as crap? Hold on.
You checking on my mouth, dude? What are you doing?
Maybe I was just thinking about food, and I was like, deli food?
Maybe.
Let's say it's that, and not because I'm the weirdest. Please don't tell me.
Were you sitting there like, dude, he's got a pretty mouth on him?
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. I remember your mouth. I'm scary. I'm a danger to myself. Oh, let me cut off your bottom half, dude. Hold on. Somebody just gave me money. Who did it? Where'd it go? I gotta find the money. Hold on, let me find the money.
That was Kenyan.
That was Keenan?
Kenyan? Yeah. I can't read. No.
Hold on.
Jessica says no nips. Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, Jessica.
That's true. I don't show my nips, dude. There's a no nip rule. Also, there's a child present.
Yeah, sir.
All right. Keenan gave me $4.99 and said, "'Cause you funny, nigga." All right, thank you, brother. Here's your sound. That was sick. I can make a beat out of that real quick. That just loops on its own. I'll loop that.
You do that.
What do you work at? I forgot.
I'm a plumber, dude.
That's so cool. I would try. I was gonna be a plumber.
Really?
Yeah, I went to like there's like a ministry of plumbers. You have to like join a guild or something.
the plumbers guild.
I'm serious. At least up here, and so I like went to this official building, and I think I talked to people, but I think there was something about the whole vibe that I was like, "This is never gonna work for you. This isn't gonna happen." And I kind of psyched myself out, and now I'm a streamer instead of a plumber. But I was on my way.
It's probably for the best, man. Providence, dude. Divine providence.
Thanks, man. Sometimes I think that, like lately I've been really in my head about doing a show because I'm like, I have no idea what this is or why people watch it. And that's a problem, I think. But Maria said it's because, what did Maria say? Hold on. Maria said, she said, hold on. She said, "You're interesting, you're funny, you're genuine, you don't lie to yourself or others, and you create beauty." And I corrected her grammar. Because she went Y-O-U-R. And I was like, "What are you, retarded? Compliment me. Use proper."
She was giving you a great compliment, and that's who you got. No, not your. It's your. You freaking idiot.
Yeah, that's what I did. That's definitely what funny. I did. Oh man.
Oh man.
All right. So yeah, I was gonna be a plumber, dude. I was gonna be a plumber. Here, I'll work on this beat in the background. Tell us what you plumbed today. Feces?
I do gas lines, dude. I had a couple houses to do. Had a couple houses to plumb. Had to go fix this freaking house though in the morning. They wanted the gas line closer to the I-beam down in the basement. Stupid. Because I guess the owners who already bought it, they want to eventually finish the basement. So I had to be inconvenienced and move some stuff around. But otherwise, it wasn't bad.
Sorry, go on.
No, you're good.
I'm listening. Sorry, I'm like making a beat and you're telling me about plumbing at the same time, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm actually present, but I do. Hold on. All right. Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
No, yesterday was crazy though. Because we were a little behind. We had plumbed 3 freaking houses yesterday, but it was whatever. It was out late.
But it was all gas, not poop.
Yeah, all gas, no poop.
I love that YouTube channel. All gas, no poop.
All gas, no poop, dude.
You know that? Have you seen that show?
No. Wait.
It's some drugged out Jew goes all over the place in a freaking trailer and interviews right-wing people and makes fun of them.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah, all gas, no poop.
All gas, no poop.
I think it means like I can't stop farting.
Is he on YouTube? What is that? YouTube?
Yeah, he's on YouTube. Oh, but I think they changed his name. Hold on, what did he change his name to?
Oi.
His new name is Channel 5 with Andrew Callaghan. I'm about to go and do a beat again. Listen to me flow, it's very neat, man. Austin the Tulio on the webcam, yeah, we nice. Ain't nobody gonna beat me. I can be defeated. You cannot defeat me. Get on the stream and I make the fucking stream beats. Then I get the super chats. Yeah, I'm Riri. I'm a Riri. Retarded with the B. E. That spells E. All right.
Dude, that was your best one, dude.
That was my best rap? Thanks.
Dude, yeah, that flowed, dude. That was good. That was good, dude.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, that was nice.
What did you say, ew mouse? Wait, is my mouth making noise? What did you say that for? Why didn't me by Jim? Is my mouth making noise?
Yo, Jimmy.
Yo, don't make me self-conscious, Jimmy.
Let's make this a guinea party, dude. Get up in here. Hey.
No, me and Myron Chuck are...
We got business. We got business we got to talk about. Come around.
No, me and Jimmy interacting, that's, that's money right there. You know what I'm saying? That's where the money's at. So we're very careful. We're very careful about interacting because when we interact, it's freaking magic, fireworks, carnival, the hotel elevator with the glass, and you're looking out, you say, oh gosh, Las Vegas, never thought I'd make it this far, but here I am, baby, me and a prostitute.
And then she's in your trunk dead the morning after, right?
Yeah, my J trunk. My J trunk.
Your J trunk?
I don't remember his name, but I remember his Jimmy. That's disgusting. Sorry. Oh gosh. I like that I accidentally say the worst things ever and then just have to deal with the fallout of my own
yeah.
Crap.
Oh, it happens to the best of us, man.
Wait, why did he say pause? Oh, because of prostitutes? Dude, don't do prostitutes.
What's that?
Yeah.
He doesn't know what a prostitute is.
It's a big no-no.
I don't know how to be like, what am I supposed to pad my house and figure out exactly what his parents have taught him so far? Like, I don't know. Like,
yeah, you're the uncle, dude. That's a little more lenient. You can go home and be like, oh, did you know Tony said this? Oh, that's just your kooky uncle.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, I pick him up and I'm like, he's like, I didn't get a lot of lunch. I said, okay, McDonald's. I don't know if that's okay. I just give him a McDonald's meal and then we hang out and I try not to say anything too racist around him, and that's just, that's it.
Oh, that's right. Is it like the movie Big Daddy, or when he makes a mess, he's just putting newspaper on the ground when he spills something?
He's not that young, but I would do that.
Hey, I want to watch that with my dad.
You guys pissing on the side of buildings because, the people won't let them go?
That's a violation. That's your second violation to Tulio.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, wait, what was my first one?
Calling me the Bert Kreischer of the orthosphere. I actually will never forgive you. I'll never.
Dude, I'm sorry, man.
It's over, dude. It's over. Friendship ended. John Castle's my new best friend. Austin the Tulio violated, so I pulled out the tool and said with it to his head, take it back or you're gonna be dead.
Oh, that was pretty sick too, dude. Heck yeah.
Yeah, I'm a great rapper. No, why are you surprised? Why are you surprised?
I don't know.
I don't understand. You act surprised about the fact that I'm incredible at this.
Dude, you're Kanye level, dude. You might be above Kanye, dude.
Of course, Kanye doesn't have anything on me. Kanye washes my undies, dude. Kanye washes my dirty undies. And guess what? He separates the colored from the white.
Oh, does he? Heck yeah, dude. He knows what's up there.
You hear me? You made me stand, bro. Kanye? Kanye?
What?
Third violation. That's it.
No. No, Tony, no. Oh, hello. No, don't shoot.
I don't want to do this, dude. I love you, dude, but you freaking... I gotta keep a precedent. I gotta keep these people in order. If I let this slide, then someone else will try something even worse.
No, please. No,
Austin,
please, I got a family.
This hurts me. You think I want to do this?
No, I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. I'm sorry. Please, Tony, please.
You're breaking my freaking heart, Austin.
No, Tony, I'm sorry. I won't do it again.
I'm gonna hold it sideways so maybe I miss, okay? Because I'm gonna, you know what? We're gonna put it in Lady Luck's hands for you because I love you like a brother, DeTulio. I love you like a brother. You know that, right?
Oh, I love you too, Tony. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but
No.
I'm sorry, buddy.
No.
Did I get you? Oh, I missed him. He's just sleeping. He fell asleep because Austin DeTulio, they call him DeTulio because he got the tools, and gunfights put him to sleep. He's just like, whatever, dude, I'm sleeping. It's a nap.
I'm asleep, dude.
It's
Your bullets can't hurt me, dude.
I'm
Your
not
bullets can't hurt me, dude. I just take a little 10-minute nap, dude.
Dude, I take a nap in freaking in Kensington. I go to Kensington and I just take a little nap. Like all the crackheads there, or the what are they on? What's the drug that they're on?
Fentanyl. They doing that fentanyl, dude.
Yeah. You can blend right in if you take a nap in the middle of the street of Kensington. They'll be like, "Oh, that's just one of us." That's how I do my undercover work. I go into Kensington and I just take a little nap and I go like this. I go.
Like, oh, there's just another one of them fent out bums here, dude. Nothing to see here.
Yeah.
Oh,
hey, are you guys gonna smash that goal?
Yeah. Hey, what are you guys doing? I already sent in 2 super chats. Send in the goal.
He's been working hard. Why are you putting this all on DeTulio, bro? That's crazy.
Smash
One goal?
What are you doing?
Come on, guys. Come on.
That's not cool.
Guys, here. I'll rap for you to make you do it. Hey. Hey.
Do it.
Hey. 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 I'm a stinky sailor sailing the waves of the sea. I'm a pirate, look at me. I am the captain now, chasing out the sharks. Even when it's light out, even when it's dark. Got a harpoon. I have a harpoon. Harpoon.
Got a harpoon.
Harpoon. I kind of got caught up on harpoon. How much money do you need, Tony? Like just for good? For permanently? Around, I think if I have for now
4 minutes. Oh, crap.
For now, let me ask Maria. Hey Siri. Hey, message Maria.
What do you want to say to Maria?
How much money do we need in our life?
Send it.
Send.
Done.
R.I.P.
$1 million,
Super
dude.
$1.99. Tell them.
Hey, they're coming in.
Turn that off. You're gonna get me super chatted, dude. Oh, let me get these freaking super chats real quick. Hold on, these guys are gumming it. Oh,
Suzanne Griffith super chatted $4.99.
Hey, 2 more
This is your
super chats,
reminder not
guys.
to
What are you
talk about
doing?
prostitutes. Smiley face emoji.
Julio. All right. Okay, wait. Let me get you guys. Susan Griffith said, "This is your reminder not to talk about prostitutes." Thank you, I appreciate that. Here's your sound. Ooh, Daniel. And then Rip said, tell them. Okay, here you go, Rip. Yo. Sail the 7 seas, me and all my G's, taking over these shipwrecks, finding treasure in the ocean, using it on land to buy magic potions. This is pirate rap. If you mess with pirate me, you will take a pirate nap. I have a pirate sword. If you mess with freaking me, give you the pirate sword hole. You're dead. I freaking kill all my foes. Don't mess with me, no. I'll cut your nose to spite your nose. Don't talk to anyone if you don't. Alright. That was my rap.
You were going somewhere. That was good.
And then the Jason with the 2. Here you go, buddy. Alright. Alright. Okay.
Okay.
We have 1 minute and 2 super chats, and if we hit the goal, I'll do the thing where I yell goal. And also, I forget what I wrote. What did I write? Let me check. Pay the czar his dues now, said Cole. Thank you, Cole. Here's your sound.
Yeah. One more.
Cole super chatted
One more, baby.
$2.
Dude, one more. Are we gonna make this?
Now.
It's so close.
We better. You better, I should say.
Oh gosh, I'm scared, dude.
Why?
Because
scared, dude?
we have 1 minute. 45 seconds.
Somebody.
And what did I say? I said young Neff will think it's cool? What did that mean? What did that mean?
Because young Neff is cool, so if he thinks it's cool.
Oh, young Neff
cool
will
today.
like it if you do that. Guys, if you give me this money, young Neff, you'll think they're cool, right?
Oh, sweater in.
Goal!
Sweater super chatted $2. Goal. Jason Unchained super chatted $2.
Nice.
37 minutes and 24 seconds. Read it. Read it and weep, Jimmy.
Heck yeah, dude.
I'm gonna throw up.
Don't do that.
I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up. Cause I said too long, now I throw up. Goal is hard to say for that long, but I did it. Who is jealous of me now? His name's Jimmy. Jim Bob, I said go longer than you did. You was just a little kid. Compare me to you. Go to the hell. This is Italian words, legitimate Italian rap. The swada. That counts, dude.
That's
Austin,
awesome,
what is it? What's going on around here, man?
I don't know, man. I ask myself that every day.
What the heck is even happening? I'm gonna color you. Oh
You gonna
gosh.
color me?
Dang, you're freaking jacked, huh? I didn't know Austin DeTulio was jacked. Guys, Austin
Yeah.
DeTulio is jacked. Somebody marry this man. Any of these nice ladies, he works hard. He's a dang plumber. Somebody marry this guy. Will somebody please Orthodox marry my friend DeTulio? He's jacked. He's got a hard-working job. He's jacked. He's got a hard-working job. He's jacked. He's got a hard-working job. He's gonna come home smelling like poop every day.
The best smell ever.
That's
And he's-
right, baby.
That's right, baby. And he's Orthodox.
Yeah.
That means he knows right from wrong, unlike all of you peasants. Anybody here who's not Orthodox is a peasant.
Freaking peons is what
You'll be
they-
punished. You'll be punished. You're going to be punished. This isn't a debate anymore. Do you understand? Look, things have changed. Things have changed, and it's no longer a debate. Now it is what we say it is. And you'll be punished. All right? I'm the guy.
That's
you know
right.
why people watch me? Here's why people watch me. Not because I'm funny, not because I'm a great musician, not because I'm highly intellectual. It's because I'm the man with the vision. You understand? I'm the man who knows what's coming next. That's why they watch me. And what's coming next is Orthodox America. All right?
Hell yeah.
And we're not going
Hell
to be
yeah.
we're not dealing with none of this. None of this.
No.
Everything you see now, you'll never see again. It's over.
Tell it, Tony. Tell it. That's right.
I'll tell them.
We're done. We're done with this evil. We're done with this nonsense, baby. Tell them.
Yeah. 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 And I'm about to start right now. Here I and come on, dude. All right, and this is the beginning of my flow right now. Ooh, in 3, 2, 1, electric skeleton, go. Up, and that was any second now. I'm gonna rap, and all it takes is a little push. Ayo, and I will be momentarily in the midst of rapping. I lost it.
Can't get them all, buddy. Can't get them all.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah.
This
It
was
is.
supposed to be a members only stream. I completely messed up.
Well,
It's fine.
let 'em see it.
Actually,
Let 'em
while
see it.
while I have you here, can you give me your honest opinion on Monday's stream? What do you think?
Your stream Monday?
Yeah.
I haven't finished it. I haven't been. I was busy Monday, dude. I was freaking out. I had like a 12-hour day that day, dude.
Yeah. The reviews are in. I haven't finished it.
No. Don't take just my opinion on that, dude.
I've been trying to watch the Minecraft movie for days now. Have you watched that?
Wait, say that again? What?
I've been trying to watch the Minecraft movie for days now. Have you watched it?
No, dude. That looks kind of gay, man. With freaking Jack Black, that guy creeps me out.
Somebody compared me to Jack Black on Monday.
No, now see, that's I think that's worse than Bert Kreischer. if you
There's a
ask
lot
me.
of violations. You know what? I don't like being compared to anyone. I hate that. Somebody came on here and compared me to Tom York a couple weeks ago, and I was furious. And then my wife's like, you know what's weird about you? People can compare you to like the greatest artists of this generation, and it still just makes you mad. But I was genuinely mad. I didn't even think about that. Oh, yeah, Tom York is kind of good. I just don't like being compared to people. I don't care if they're good.
Interesting. Because you want to be the standalone, and I don't mean that in a bad way. Like you want to do.
Go on.
No, you want to do your thing, dude. You're trying to be. Everyone else is trying to be with everyone else, and you're trying to be outside of the box.
I'm the guy with
But
the
that's a good
vision.
thing.
I'm the guy with the vision. You know what I'm saying? I've been trying to watch Minecraft for 3 days, and the first thing that it's first. Let me, young Neff, what did you think of the Minecraft movie? Don't be shy. Don't be swayed by other people's opinions. Speak from your heart. But don't yell. I can tell you're about to yell.
Oh, Ohio. Oh, Ohio.
Heck yeah, dude. Does he know I'm from Ohio?
That was rough, dude.
Wait, you're from Ohio?
Yeah, dude.
That was
Yo,
good.
have you met Skibidi Toilet?
No, dude.
Alright.
That guy's gay.
I'm going to give you
Okay.
one more chance to say your actual opinion of the Minecraft movie. 3, 2, 1.
Me? I never watched it.
I was talking to Young Nat.
Oh, sorry.
10 out of 10. Chicken jockey.
That was... He's not capable of opinions yet.
I am.
That was not an opinion. That was just memes. You're just repeating memes.
Chicken jockey was
Are you
part of
afraid
the
to be
movie.
you? Are you afraid of your own thoughts? Are
No,
you afraid
I'm
to
not.
stand outside
This is
and
who I am.
and scream in the rain? This is my heart.
I did that yesterday. Don't tell me I didn't.
Well, it's so far you're not doing it. You're just repeating memes.
No, I'm not.
Break free of the mold of your generation and speak truth to power.
Yeah, Neff. Come on, dude.
I pooped my pants yesterday.
Okay, that's just
You said speak the truth.
no. Get out of
I'm
here.
telling the truth.
No, don't. You're cut off.
Dude,
You're
Hey.
cut off.
Hey,
cut
pooping
off.
your pants is cool, dude.
I know.
Okay?
Don't do that. Don't tell him pooping his pants is cool. Don't encourage that.
Everyone poops their pants.
Hey, if
Pooping your
pooping your
pants
pants
is
is cool, then consider me Miles Davis. Okay?
That was funny. I like that. I'm putting my hat back on. All right. Well, I guess
Down the dang.
I've been trying to watch it. It's because the guy who made Nacho Libre made it, and Nacho Libre is one of my favorite movies.
But he also
Dude,
made
yeah,
Napoleon
I
Dynamite.
haven't seen that movie in so long.
You've lost
Yeah.
your ability to talk,
He
young
also
Neff.
He also made Napoleon Dynamite.
Everyone already knows that.
No.
And also, no, I gave you 3 chances. You're done. You're done, kid. You're done. I'm talking to Austin DeTulio. All right, what were you saying, Austin?
You were saying something about Nacho Libre, and I was like, I haven't seen that movie in a freaking long time, dude. That is a good movie.
That's a great movie. I love that movie.
Nacho!
Yeah. And he's like,
Dude,
she's like my
No,
favorite.
go ahead,
my
sorry.
favorite food is rice. My favorite color is light tan, and my favorite thing is puppies. And then Nacho Libre goes, "You're kidding. Everything you said is my favorite thing to do every day." That's genius. Yo,
Dude, I'm surrounded by
the garbage and
nachos all day, dude. They're
Sorry.
pretty cool, though.
Sorry, 1 second. He got
There you
chicken from the garbage. Can you, the cam's off. You're good. Can you pick up that piece of chicken that he just took from the garbage and then take out the garbage?
Yeah.
Sorry. And you could let me know when you're coming back because I'm going to turn the thing on. They're going to choke on chicken bones.
I don't see chicken.
That's not chicken? What is it? Oh, okay. Well, go throw that away and take out the garbage real quick. I pay him. He's my nephew and I pay him. Get that corn out of my face. Dude, so many great lines. What did he say? He's like, I hate every orphan. That's hysterical. No one's ever said that. I hate all the orphans in the whole world. That's the fun. That's one of my favorite movies ever.
I gotta go back and watch that. I barely even remember it.
And it's weird. It's like that was like so. I'm thinking this director, great movie. And Jack Black. I'm not a fan, but a huge fan of him in Nacho Libre. And I thought, well, this director knows how to get the best out of Jack Black. But so far, it's just been Jack Black being Jack Black, yelling and screaming and being a dummy. And it hasn't been great. It's really taking a long time for me to watch. but I'm trying because other people said it was good.
I thought it was real funny in Tropic Thunder. That whole movie's freaking hilarious. I haven't seen that one in a while either.
Yeah, that was a funny movie.
Really?
Kind of. It was like kind of funny. It was kind of funny. Yeah, it was funny.
Dude, especially Robert Downey Jr.'s freaking role, dude. I'm a dude who's playing a dude. This guy doesn't know the dude.
Yeah, that was good. I like that part. I like the part where he got away with blackface in the 90s.
Oh yeah. No, you can't. You're canceled. You can't do that now. Blackface needs to come back.
Well, Jimmy says I shouldn't do blackface because it's gauche.
What's that mean? Gauche?
Let me find out what gauche means. I think it means like in bad taste.
Oh. Yeah. I think it depends on how you do it and what context and
lacking social experience or grace. He didn't say that. I use that word, but that's kind of what he meant.
I mean, it definitely can be, but you got to be smart about it. You definitely got to be smart about it.
The thing is, I really liked when that black guy did the white face. I really liked it.
Black guy did the white face?
The black guy that was allegedly at the Diddy parties. Drewski.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I liked.
Hey, my phone's about literally to die. I would like to sit here and talk more, but I'm about to. My shit's about to die here.
That's okay. I'll talk about blackface solo dolo. That sounds fine.
All right, all right. I mean, I'll be in the chat once I get on the charger, but dude,
thank you for coming on, man. I think his phone literally died just now. Yeah, I think his phone just died. All right. Myron Chuck. Do you want to have this conversation now? And let's be, I love you. First off, let me start off by saying I love you. Okay. And I'm calm now. I feel calm, but let's talk about this a little bit, and let's be I'll be charitable, and yeah. Okay, here's the link. All right, here we go. All right, hold on 1 second, bud. I'm putting you on screen.
Okay.
Three, 2, 1. He's here. Wait, that doesn't look good. Hold on, let me make it look better. Why does it look so messed up? Hold on.
See, what are you doing to me?
Yeah, you look so good on the thing. What's going on here? Oh, I think maybe it's getting there. Okay, it's getting there. Okay, I see it. All right, I'm going to make it so you're actually in here with me. This is perfect. Give me 1 second. Turn off the color correction. Turn on the color key. Take out the black. All right, so. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
I can see you. I can hear you.
All right.
Oh, look at that. I'm floating around in the sky.
Yeah, you're here with me. We're here in the color field is what this scene's called. It's called color field.
Color field.
Yeah.
It's like Cloverfield, but with color.
So I'm going to give a background of our most recent conversations to the audience. Cool?
Cool.
All right. So recently we were on a group chat and we were talking about I forget how the conversation started. Do you remember how the conversation started? I posted something.
I think I walked into you, Mr. Westford, going back and forth with something. And
About
then
it.
I chimed in.
Yeah, about Israel doing the Charlie Kirk thing. And I have not been watching Candace. I have not been watching Tucker. I have not been watching Nick. You know me, I'm simple. I go with my gut on things, and my gut tells me Israel. And then Myron Chuck said that he's been looking into it, and he thought it was the Azov battalion, and that there's a sort of geopolitical move being done here by multiple people. And I said, the Azov battalion? You mean the battalion that's funded by a Jewish oligarch that was started by, as co-founded by a, what's the Israeli defense thing? IDF soldier, and run by Zelensky, who's Jewish and has an entirely Jewish cabinet. And then I guess that was a little aggressive for me to start with. I was upset, and I apologize. I was just like immediately like going like, because to me it felt like everybody was avoiding the idea that it was Israel, but now everyone is leaning into the idea that it's Israel, which is starting to make me think maybe Myron Chuck had something. And so I wanted to hear your thoughts.
I'll say this. I already apologized to you privately, so I'll do it publicly in that group chat. I came in not really hot because I've been looking at this stuff for over a year now. So it's one of those things where once you're deep into it and you've kind of I've done like tons of shows on this. I've paid a social price for this, all the rest of it, right?
Yeah.
Because no one really wants to hear this stuff. They think you're crazy or a kook or whatever, because everyone wants their narrative, and my show is about destroying narratives. So sometimes people love me, and then other times people really hate me. That's kind of my trajectory. I'm never going to be famous, Tony, because I keep saying the things that no one wants to hear. But so my investigation started about a year ago, looking into this bond market stuff and sort of a financial kill chain stuff that EM Burlingame's talked about. I'm going to have EM on the show pretty soon to get into this deeply. But it goes into Tom Luongo's talks and all the rest of it, looking at international bond markets, derivatives markets, and most of those things were all driven outside of the city of London, which is like the city within the city. It's all the financial area within London. It's a weird little cookie place, right? Has all its own rules and regulations and stuff. They also have it's interesting that the mayor or the I forget the exact term, but basically the guy who runs the city of London has a special seat in the British Parliament. The remembrancer. Basically, right, yeah. He can basically just 86 laws. Like if they're trying to pass something, he can go, no, that doesn't work for me, brother, and it's done. So that group, while the Jays are very much, you can hear, there's the Rothschilds and all the, yes, right? Yes.
And also the city was built around a street called Old Jewry, which all the Jewish bankers moved to. So it's still
there. Here's the thing, right? And this is my investigation. And look, I've called out the Jays and Israel and all that connection for better part of almost 2 years now. So like, I'm not carrying water for anybody.
Okay.
In my examination of all this, though, it's not just the Jays, right? It's not just the dreidels. It's bigger than that. They play a part, and they may play an outsized part, but it's not just them. It's all these very old European banks that have been around. Like let's take it all the way back to Rome. They're the guys. Basically, a lot of these guys are the people who helped collapse the western part of Rome, and they just move around. So they were in Amsterdam, they're in Venice, they're in city of London. They'll move around.
Yeah.
Now they've used the Jays, because the Jays for a long time, because they were diaspora and they had their own language and they were kind of very insular. They used them to pass messages around, and they used them as couriers. And so the Jays got a lot of power through that. but they're still not at the top of the food chain. So when you kind of examine it, like you got to keep this in mind. I believe that, and the more I look into this and kind of what I've been doing this over the last few months, is ultimately this gets into Luciferian Satanists. Like the people who are at the very top are all a bunch of Satanists. They're into some really very weird occult stuff, and so a lot of the Jays play a prominent part in that, but they're not the only ones. And that was what I was trying to get through to you on that group chat, is that when you're so centered on one group, it's creating this dialectic, and the dialectic keeps you between two poles, right? So now with the Kirk thing, it's either Antifa, which I don't believe for a second. I don't believe that Antifa, who are basically brute thugs, suddenly just leveled up to political assassinations with sniper rifles. I don't think that's true at all. Yeah, or it's Israel, and I looked at the Israel thing 5 ways from Sunday when it first happened, and I'm like, I don't see the benefit. I don't see the benefit for Israel for the Kirk assassination. Everyone's like, he was gonna lead people away from them. I'm like, I don't think that's true. I don't think that Kirk was saying anything much more extreme than most of the leaders of the Western world now, who are talking about two-state solutions.
Yeah, but he completely towed the line before that, and it was only leading up to him being shot that he stopped towing the line. Before that, he was their prize pig.
Yeah. He's certainly not towing the line now. The reason why I think it was Azov, and to be very clear, Azov wasn't funded just by the Jays. Okay, Azov was created. Okay, so if you go back far enough, the Ukrainian nationalist movement, the Bandera movement, started right before World War II, and there had been Ukrainian nationalist parties and groups predating that as well. The Bandera group was a militant nationalist group. Most of the Ukrainian nationalists, Azov is also a splinter group from Banderas. Banderas were heavily financed by the British. So the British, all the way back then, were trying to create these splinter groups to help break up Russia. You have to understand that the British and the Russians have a blood feud, and it's mostly one-sided. It's mostly on the British side. But at one point, Russia basically had invaded most of Central Europe. Like there was Cossacks in the streets of Paris. There's some ancient old feud going on. And the city of London has craved Russia for a very long time. Now, Khazarians, all that stuff, yes, right? I'm not ignorant or again saying that these things aren't happening. And I think the Greater Israel Project plays a heavy role in this. But you have to also understand that what these guys are after is not you can't rationalize it in the standard sense. It's not rational. It's human sacrifice.
Yeah,
it's mass human sacrifice that they use to do rituals that they think gives them power. That's it. And I don't want to oversimplify it, because it's probably more complicated if you want to get into the minutia of it. But that's what it's all about. So why I keep urging people to look at these things in a certain way is because you have to know the enemy clearly, and you have to understand what they're about. If you're approaching these things rationally, super rationally, and looking at rational actors and all that stuff, you're always in the weeds, and they keep you there. The reason why they want you here is because they hide the thing in the middle, right? They're making you look at these two narratives. These are only two things you can look at.
Yeah. The dialectic.
Right. So with Azov, what we know about Azov is Azov was being trained long before 2014, right, by the British as a they LARP with the swastika, but they're really Satanists. So the guys who go into the canonical churches and break up the churches and hold people at gunpoint and break up the Labra and are defiling churches. And I've been saying this on the show, but I really want to get it through to especially Orthodox people. If you're buying icons from that part of the world, be very careful, because a lot of them have been defiled.
I've heard about this. Yeah.
So get them blessed or sanctified, or don't buy them from that part of the world. Just be very careful. Especially if you're hanging them in your house, right? So the
Okay, can
When
I
you
ask
look
you a
at
couple of
that-
questions
yeah.
about connections here? Because my mind automatically, when people start talking about London and people start talking about the banks of London and the city of London, I have a very difficult time separating that from Jewish bankers, because that's been the means of funding for all sorts of revolutionary movements, specifically by Jewish bankers, and even the means to create the state of Israel as we have today. So I don't like, okay, yeah, I don't know all the bankers. I don't know everything about the city of London. I do know people have speculated that the Khazarians ended up there, but I don't see any proof for that, so I don't really go in that direction. But maybe you know more about that than I do. But I don't separate that as much. And when I think of satanic temples and satanic elites, I think of the synagogue of Satan, and I think that they're at the top of that pyramid when it comes to people doing these sacrifices and stuff like that. Who else would be?
like I said, I think that the majority of them, and there might be prominent individual members or families who are at the top of the food chains, who are, ethnically whatever, but I think when you start looking into this even deeper, you start seeing a lot of other names that are not Jays, right? Very old European families that have lineage all the way back and further.
Back to when?
Past Rome, like to Rome and previous to Rome.
But
right?
When you say Rome, are you talking about like pre-Christian era Rome?
Pre-Christian Rome, yeah. No.
Okay, yeah, I don't know anything about pre-Christian Rome.
So when you look at these families, and you look at certain names, and a lot of this stuff it gets murky, right? Because the interesting thing about City of London is there to look at, and people talk about it, but it's like trying to hold water, because you keep looking at stuff and it keeps moving, like it doesn't want to be seen.
Yeah, it obfuscates on purpose. It's very hard to learn about,
Right. And
I do know that it has power over like the prime minister and the king. There's like images of like, I forget what his name is, the emperor. What's the guy's name who's like the leader of the city of London? I forget what his name is. Something magistrate. Anyway, there's like videos of him poking kings in the chest and talking down to them.
That was the Rothschilds. That was one of the Rothschild brothers. He basically was like poking Prince Charles.
They just talk down to him, and also they like you said, they have veto power over any law that could affect them. They also, it's people think they have their own port. I don't know how land-wise that they do that, but yeah, and so they have no oversight by anyone in the world. There is no oversight for what they do.
The term that I use for these people as a group, because it's not just City of London, there's a few interesting little power nodes in the world, right, that's played by special rules. Right now, in 2025, it's City of London, Vatican, DC, right? 3 little special places in the world that have like extrajudicial or special powers that they don't get held by the same standards and rules. They can just kind of do what they want to do, and they're not beholden to it. DC is a little bit different because of how the American system is set up, but it's still set apart. And when you start looking into, and I don't recommend anyone do this, I'm always keeping my I got too deep into it last year, and it started doing damage to my soul, so I had to back off. But when you look into stuff like Hermeticism and how these guys operate, it's always lies. Everything's a lie, right? Everything is a deceit. So, and the thing that they love the most is to get you saying the lie, because it intensifies the magic. So their whole idea is they're casting these, let's call them spells, right? Rituals, and the rituals are always based on lies. So if they get more and more people saying the lie in their worldview, that intensifies the spell, makes the spell even more powerful.
Well, so I mean okay. So you know me, I'm simple. I like to have a simple trajectory. I actually get kind of upset with trutherisms and stuff like that because it causes people to kind of fall into a state of it kind of causes people to throw their hands up when they start adding too many factors. It becomes like, oh, this is too much, I can't think, never mind, and they just kind of they back out. And so, you know, my natural response when I start going into these things is like it feels like getting caught in the weeds, and I don't know that. So I think that was part of my reaction. Also, the fact that we didn't have this conversation was part of my reaction. It was like we were just. We didn't actually. I said, I was like, "Can you?"
I offered multiple times.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is it. Here we are.
I know.
I'm just, you know, it's been a couple weeks.
Let me distill it really as simply as I can, and I'm not good at. I can sometimes be good at this, but sometimes not. It boils down to Satanists. Okay, Luciferianism. Okay, point it out. That's the enemy. Okay, are there Jays? Are there this? Are there British? Are there Dutch? Are there French? Italians? Yes, right.
Yeah.
All those people groups are involved in this. So it's not just one group. Now, if you want to focus on one group, I can't stop you. Go right ahead, right? But
if you turn it into this sort of this kind of this intangible conglomerate of things, what can you do? But also, when I think of these things, when I think of this, I trace back the entire revolutionary movement of the Amish into the modern day and the seeding of different ideas that have become mainstream over the past couple centuries, and I see them grow in power as empires collapse. And I just tend to think, yeah, sure, there's all sorts of people who are dumb and believe in Satan, but it's like I see them as the main culprits. I have a hard time not seeing them as being on top of the pyramid when it comes to that. There may be other families and stuff like that who worship power and worship what's that word that Jay Dyer always says, not draconian, the idea of cutting down the numbers. There's a word for it. I forget the word right now, but
I mean, look, I believe them when they say they want to bring the Earth's population down to like 600 million.
Yeah.
I believe all that. Ian Burlingame just had a good podcast on the Sean, I forget his last name. Maybe it's on my thing. I don't have it here. Wait, here we go. Give me a second. It's on the Sean Newman podcast, fellow Canadian, who talks really Canadian, eh? Well, he gets the Canadians out. Like he's something.
Excuse me one second. Sorry, one second. I'll be right back.
A Panini Super Chatted $2.35. Luciferianism overlaps with Judaism a lot.
See, my wife would be mad at me. My wife would be very mad.
Yeah, she would. I don't want her to be mad at me because I don't want her to throw me off my game. It's hard to do this, and if I'm like worried about the emotions of everyone around me, I can't really get in on and do this right. Malthusianism. Thank you, A Panini. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, Luciferian overlaps with Judaism a lot. Like I said, I'm not trying to tell people it's not the Jays. It is. They have a part to play in this, right? A large part, small part, medium-sized part, whatever part you want to give them. Sure, I agree with you. I'm on board, right?
Yeah.
But the issue is this: if you get so concerned about one group and you pay all your attention to one group, you miss out on the rest of it. And essentially, what it comes down to this, and this is why my theory about why it's Azov and why it's Azov equals the British. Okay, we'll call them that. The British, for a long time, their number one geopolitical move is to create divisions. Right? They rely on the dialectic. So they go into an area, create a division, They put Israel right in the middle of a place where they know that's going to cause the maximum amount of conflict, and they profit off the conflict. These are merchants of despair.
Wait, you're saying Britain? You're saying City of London?
Yeah, the British. We'll just call them the British.
Well, I mean, they seeded the Masonic temples in France, which led to the revolution. That came from the banks in London. But again, I have a very hard time separating the banks in London from old Jewry and the entire city that was built around that street.
Like I said, Ben, it's not just them. Right?
If
you got rid of all the J's tomorrow, you'd still have the same problem.
Really?
That's what I'm getting at. Yes, because it's not just them. Israel. Here's a thing too, right?
And not that we're condoning that, by the way. We don't want that.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this is what I'm telling you, that focusing on that and any kind of solutions that people could possibly come up with is 110 times, right? I just said this on the Will Spencer podcast. You live in this inverted world, right? So here's something to chew on. We say Christ, Antichrist, right? Everything that is Antichrist is the inversion of Christ, acting against it, right? A true, like, you take all Christ's virtues and you take the passions, right, are inversions of God's virtues. The way that the modernist has now constructed it is Semite, anti-Semite, right? So they always use the anti-Semite, which suggests a Semite. Well, who is the Semite? They're using it in place of Christ. So there's a desire to essentially worship the Jew, but there is no singular the Jew. We don't know, there is no like singular person to say, okay, this is the Jew and this is the anti-Jew. So what they're doing is an inversion. And basically what they're trying to do is smuggle in this idea that everyone who isn't this is their version of Antichrist. That's where it gets muddy, and you understand that 600 million is not just going to be the Jays.
Well, yeah, I didn't think that. I thought it was going to be, as they intend Tikkun Ulam, which essentially is saying, I think Jim Bob clarified it recently, that they want to get rid of the it doesn't translate necessarily as heal the world. It translates more as cleanse the world and remove the elements which are an issue for them, which would be the Christians. So and you're saying are you?
Oh, and the atheists too.
The atheists? I think. I mean, in their own books, they say they want a class of identityless people to serve them in perpetuity.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's the J plan, right? This is what's being pushed by the rabbis, and then there's like, let's say I don't like giving them any credence. I think it's a cutout bullshit organization. But then there's like the WEF, right? And these groups and their plans. Now there's synchronicities in this, right? But it's not the same plan. Like, I think this is what people don't really understand, is that all these things they're like meat suits. They're just wearing them. They don't, like, at a certain point, there is no such thing as the Jays. You get it to a higher level, and it's just pure Satanism. So they might tell you they're a J, and they might have a family lineage that's a J or something like that, or there might be a rabbi or something like that talking about this stuff. But I don't even think they're included in the top decisions.
See, I guess that's the thing. I don't think I agree. I mean, scripturally, what can serve Satan higher than his synagogue? Like, I mean, to me, that doesn't add up. I can't follow that. I mean, I could follow it, but to me, it makes it murky, and it takes, I don't know. I don't know. You'd have to, this is what I was saying before. It's like, you said that I think you said something to the effect of "It's not your job to convince me" or something, and that's what upset me. But it was like, well, how else am I going? Like, I don't want to. If there's something I have, if there's some blind spot I have, I need it to be elucidated.
Like I said, Tony, it's just if you look at the names involved, right, and you look at the people involved, and especially you look at the actions. So this is where it gets interesting. So let's just get back to the Azov thing. So the Kirk assassination happens, befuddlement, they go right to Antifa, all that stuff. That becomes the main narrative, right? Right afterwards, I think 2 days afterwards, and I just covered this with Jim Jatras on the show yesterday. 2 days afterwards, Trump puts out a Truth Social message, basically calling out NATO, saying, "Look, if you don't get rid of all of your Russian oil and Russian oil, then I'm going to back out of this. Like, that's, you guys figure that out, right?"
Yeah.
They can't. Here's the thing: Europe can't get off Russian oil. It's impossible.
Yeah.
So it's.
But a couple days ago, Trump said something almost like the opposite. He said something to the effect of, "I support NATO 100%. We're going to retake back those territories. Russia's been fighting too long for them."
He said that Ukraine could reclaim all their territory, which they can't. They're running out of men. They're basically out of men. Now the Russian front is now moving. Pokrovsk is now the main battle for Pokrovsk is going on. I can throw out a whole bunch of names, but places like Kupiansk is falling. Places like Kherson is falling. These are major places all through the east. So they don't have the men. Now Zelensky is back to considering lowering the age of conscription. Right now, the age of conscription in Ukraine is 25 plus. And they sometimes bring in people who are younger than that, but is officially 25 plus. He's now again considering lowering that to 18, which would basically just eviscerate the rest of the Ukrainian male population.
But this is, in my opinion, and this is the point. The point is to eviscerate the population of Ukraine. The point is to get as many Christians and whites to kill each other as possible, just like in World War II.
It's human sacrifice. It's human sacrifice.
Yeah,
first of all, this whole thing that Ukrainians are Christians are not. The something like 70% of the population of Ukraine is still atheist. They didn't adopt Christianity and Orthodoxy at the same rate as the Russians did. So there's that to consider. Now I don't know where the breakdown really happens. It might have been that 30% was all in the east, which is a possibility. But I think that they are operating with an idea of human sacrifice and to liquidate the area so they can repopulate as the Greater Israel Project was supposed to be basically linking Israel in the south to Ukraine in the north and having this corridor through Syria and the rest of it, right? So that makes sense. And it's what they're doing. Russia's playing their part in terms of, I believe, the Russian mentality was that they're using the same tactics they used in Georgia and in Chechnya, which is to break them. Right? They're going to break the nationalist spirit so that there will be no more Ukrainian nationalists. Now, this is a tactic that Russia's used many, many times before, and it's worked. And I think they're just playing their part with this. The interesting thing is, I'm not going to mention who said this to me, and I think you know who said this to me about. We're going to keep his name out of this. Because I was not given permission to connect him to this. I was told by someone who I greatly respect that they, right, all these guys, and possibly Putin included, all work for the same people.
Yeah, I mean, this is
so when you look at it from that perspective, that all of these things are mass human sacrifices that are used in a ritualistic form to serve a greater demon, let's say, a small g god, the prince of this world, whatever.
Yeah.
Then a lot of these other things just start to make a whole lot more sense. Sense in the sense that none of it makes sense, but it makes sense in that if in that paradigm, in that phronema, it makes sense.
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean,
so here's the interesting thing though too, and just one last thing, and I'll let you go. I'll let you talk on your own channel there, Tony.
Thank you.
The other interesting thing is that Putin is now became official in the Russian Duma that they are going after international Satanist groups. They're going to basically in Russia, and this is something that
Turn that down.
That Metropolitan Kirill has pushed for as well, but going after people who do astrology, people who do
how does that work
stuff.
into it? Well, because you're expanding the death thing to anyone who exists, basically. So it's not just about Christians.
Well,
it's about just
not necessarily.
people.
Yeah, I think they're going after Satanists in a very clear way.
Okay, then how does that play into them being part of this Malthusian thing?
It gives me pause and hope that they're not.
Well, it's also known that Russia they literally have like tons of Jewish oligarchs that have a lot of sway in Russia. So there's also yeah. Yes.
No, there's Russian oligarchs, but they don't have sway in Russia.
The Jewish oligarchs have no sway in Russia?
No. The Russia operates a different way. So there's an inner Duma, right? Like a deep state within Russia. The inner Duma is who put Putin in charge, and who got because he just came out of nowhere, literally, right? He was an attaché to I forget his name right now. The president before him, forget his name. It'll come to me. Doesn't matter. And then all of a sudden they got rid of him, and then Putin's in it, right? He showed up on Russian television like on, I think it was Christmas Day or New Year's Day in 1999, and said, "Hi, I'm your new leader." The inner Duma. There's another one where it gets murky because you can't really see into this stuff because Russians are like to be very secretive. But from what I've read and looked into, and from my own intuitions, the inner Duma is much more militaristic, right? It's the key. It's the cornerstone of the military, and no Jews are in there. They got rid of all those guys.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. What Putin spent about 10 years doing was restructuring, getting rid of all the oligarchs and breaking the power structures within Russia that had kind of taken place in the 1970s and 80s, and then got substantiated by the Americans in the 1990s. And he got in there, and this is why he became enemy number one. And an interesting thing too that Jim Jodress has talked about, because he worked within the government for quite some time, as his own dealings inside there, is he realized that even during the Cold War, the American apparatus was not against the State Department wasn't against communism. It was against the Russians themselves. They just hated the Russians. They didn't even give a shit about communism. So that makes a lot of sense. So there was already kind of an ethnic stuff going on. And then Putin goes in there and starts breaking all their toys. Now, yes, there are people, they're still there, but the people who are there have all bent the knee, because they know that if they don't, they get, come to Dachau, please come see Winter Dachau. It's very nice in summer. It's right by Black Sea. Oh, look around back of Dachau. We'll take for a walk.
Yeah.
Now that same pressure is on Putin. But here's the most, and if people are doubting this, one of the biggest power moves Putin ever did was taking over Gazprom. Putin alone, because he's the head of Gazprom de facto, Putin alone is basically worth trillions of dollars. Trillions. He's a Saudi oil prince money.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Now it's not just him. He's the guy, right? He's the face of a group. But make no mistake, Like when they took over Gazprom, that was the move.
Okay.
And now that broke all the J influence and oligarch and all that stuff. They have all bent the knee and kissed the ring. Because if they don't, they have no power.
Guys, can you link Myron Chuck's channel in the chat? One of the mods? Yes, this is Myron Chuck. Well, so
just
this
to get to Trump's address recently, right? I mean, I have it here somewhere.
Where he also
he
implied that Russia was extremely weak and actually couldn't sustain a war.
Yeah, that's not true either. So that's why it gets really interesting, right? So here's the first mission. Here's the first one he put out 3 days after the Kirk assassination, and I say that in terms of timing, right? Because I'm always looking at timing and why now and why they're doing this now. Okay, so this is the first one. A letter sent by President Donald J. Trump to all NATO nations in the world. I'm ready to do major sanctions on Russia, which they cannot do, because if they do that, China and India will basically pull out all their support, because the major sanctions on Russia that's left to do would basically would destroy the energy sectors in China and India and most of the BRICS nations. Russia supplies energy to basically all the global south.
Can you let Ponyo out? Sorry, go on.
They have you don't understand how much money Russia makes off energy and gas alone. It's insane. So I'm ready to do major sanctions on Russia when all NATO nations have agreed and started to do the same thing, and when all NATO nations stop buying oil from Russia. It doesn't mention gas, by the way, which is interesting, because they need to buy gas from Russia because they were buying gas from America and found out that the American gas doesn't work in European equipment. So, and I mean like liquid gas, like propane, you know.
Yeah.
As you know, NATO's commitment to win has been far less than 100%, and the purchase of Russian oil by some has been shocking. It greatly weakens your negotiating position and bargaining power over Russia. Anyways, I'm ready to go when you are. Just say when. I believe that this, plus NATO as a group placing 50 to 100% tariffs on China to be fully withdrawn after the war with Russia and Ukraine is ended, will also be a great help in ending this deadly but ridiculous war. China has a strong control and even grip over Russia, also not true, and these tariffs will break that grip. This is not Trump's war. I never would start it if I was president. It is Biden and Zelensky's war. Interesting. I'm only here to help stop it and save thousands of Russians and Ukrainian lives. 7,000 lives lost last week alone. Crazy. More like closer to 70,000. If you look at the Ukrainian losses just on the front lines in major areas like Pokrovsk and Kupiansk, we're talking about at least 10,000 lives, if not more. If NATO does not, as I say, the war will end quickly and all these lives will be saved. If not, you're just wasting my time and the time, energy, and money of the United States. Thank you. So that was the first one put out, and I got very interested in that because again, they can't completely get off Russian oil. They thought the Syria thing would work, and it hasn't because Turkey's being Turkey. And then the other interesting. So this is the last one he was put out. After getting to know and fully understand the Ukraine-Russia military and economic situation, and after seeing the economic trouble it is causing Russia, that's also not true. I mean, Russia's getting sanctioned, so yes, it's economic trouble. He's going to quote this gas problem in Russia because there was lineups there. The American and Western media made a big deal of seeing these lineups for Russian cars at gas stations, right? Now, it is partly true. Two things to consider. One, they were all coming back from holiday. So imagine like everyone coming back from Myrtle Beach, right? And buying gas at the same time. So there's lineups for the gas. And the Ukrainians have hit some gas and oil refineries within Russia and damaged them. So it has decreased their supply. But we're talking like Russia could divert supplies and be fine for forever, right? Like internally, they're fine for energy. I think Ukraine, with the support of the European Union, is in a position to fight and win all of Ukraine back in its original form. Also not true. With time, patience, and the financial support of Europe, and in particular NATO, now that's interesting, the original borders from where this war started is very much an option. It's not an option. Why not? Russia has been fighting aimlessly for 3.5 years, a war that should have taken a real military power less than 2 weeks to win. That's interesting. We can talk more about that. This is not distinguishing Russia.
Well, wait.
In fact, it's very much
let's
making...
talk about
Yeah.
that real quick, because this is what I
Sure.
found interesting. What did you say stuff?
So it's true. Russia has been doing things in the war that it makes everyone go, "Why are you doing this?"
Yeah.
I thought this was so. I made a prediction, whatever, early on. I'm like, Russia will end up controlling 60 to 70% of Ukraine. They will take all of the south. They will take Odessa. They'll keep Crimea. They will expand into the east and probably right up to Kiev. Either take Kiev or make it into a new East-West Berlin kind of situation, and like take everything east of the Donbass, which is a major river that runs through like central Ukraine. And people thought I was crazy. I'm like, that's definitely going to happen. So that's happening now. But for a long time, they weren't doing things like blowing up bridges and doing other things that Russia could do and end the war very quickly. Initially, when Jim and I were talking about this, Jim's position is and still is to a great degree that Russia was really trying to do horse trading. They thought that what they were dealing with was going to be a limited kind of engagement. They didn't want to get involved in this. This was a civil war that started off with separatists in these oblast provinces, because the Ukrainian government post 2014 and even before that, but really post 2014, were targeting ethnic Russians within Ukraine who are Ukrainian citizens, but terrorizing them, beating them up, destroying their homes. These are the separatist states that wanted to separate. Okay, post Crimea. So Crimea splits off because America wanted to put military bases on Crimea.
Yeah.
And Russia said niet and basically reclaimed Crimea. You can, the legal situation of Crimea and the voting and all that kind of stuff up in the air, whatever. It's Russia's now. Russia's not going to let go of that. And then that sort of happened. So then they expanded it to Donbass, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and a few other of these oblasts. When they started doing that, Russia's had to get involved because they realized that, hey, we don't want to have a color revolution right on our border. And they're trying to arm Ukraine, put military bases in those regions. And Russia's like, no, you can't do that. And eventually that bled into Russia having to get involved, right? There's a Maidan fiasco. Basically, they kept just trying to pull Russia in, and Russia got pulled into this war. So you keep in mind that Russia didn't even want to be here. And Putin is not a war guy. He's like a mafia leader, but he's a law guy. His background is as a lawyer, and he defaults really to international law quite often. And he's been trying to negotiate since the start of this thing. A lot of people make a lot of hay about the early incursions of Russia into Ukraine. What they did was a blitz. This is the same thing they did in Georgia, by the way. They blitzed Kiev, right? Put a big, strong military presence in Kiev, basically trying to force Kiev to capitulate and negotiate. Zelensky was going to do it until Boris Johnson showed up and told him not to.
Yeah.
And took the Minsk agreement and threw it in Putin's face and did a surprise attack, which is why Putin had to move all his troops out. And that's why the early reports in the war was, oh, Russia's weak and Kiev's strong and they're going to beat, Slava Ukraina and all that stuff, right?
Oh, hold on one second.
Yeah.
Gorilla Biscuits with the 5. Thank you, Gorilla Biscuits.
Gorilla Biscuits super chatted
Let me,
$5.
give you a
Underscore
sound.
weird colon underscore weird colon underscore weird colon underscore weird.
Here's your sound, buddy. Very rare, very good sound. Moonsoon asked a question, and I think I kind of am, for once, agreeing with Moonsoon because I'm not as smart as you. He said, so big picture, what's happening? So I think what I'm getting mostly is there's many details and there's many moving parts, and that doesn't work for me. That's just in the way I am. That doesn't really work for me. I need a big picture in order to proceed. Otherwise, you get lost in the weeds and you get paralyzed.
The big giant picture is this. Okay, one more interesting fact, right, to look at. There have been prophecies, mostly out of Crete, right? Blessed Galantina has made prophecies. There's been many other Greek Orthodox monks who've been making these prophecies, and not just them. There's been Russian monks and the rest of it making these prophecies for a long time. There is going to be a world war. Okay. Now, whether that's like we've seen before, or if it's going to be a lot of, let's say, lots of like smaller wars all breaking out globally, but there will be a world war. It's inescapable now, and it's been this way for a while. It's basically coming down to the forces of Christendom versus Satanists.
Yeah, but when we say Christendom, this is only Orthodoxy we're speaking of. This isn't.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to involve America as well.
It's like I said. I said earlier this week is I don't think that, the forces that are at play are in any way threatened by a compromised faith. In fact, I think they see it as an asset. So Protestantism, Catholicism, these things can very much be used as as a tool for them, and I think it has been used as a tool for them for quite a while now. So there is only Orthodoxy. Carol, I think it was Big Boss brought up to me about how Carol Quigley was talking about how specifically it was Orthodoxy. They didn't even refer to Russia as Russians during the First World War. Or they specifically were trying to destroy the Orthodox, and that's who they called them. And so, when it comes down to it, I guess you're saying whether it's Jewish or Satanist or some Luciferian or some technocratic Malthusian person who believes in living on Mars, they are operating in league, or they are operating in the same direction, maybe not in league.
Yeah, that's the thing that I'm still investigating. I think so bitter white pill is our enemies are as disjointed as we are, right? In let's say Christendom, right? So you just mentioned a divided faith, right? A splintered faith. Well, their faith is splintered as well. And I think what we're seeing quite often in these I think at the elite level, there's a lot of infighting because none of these people can trust each other.
Yo, time out Moon soon. He's annoying me. Sorry. Go on.
So because let's just break them into camps, right? So let's say you have Moloch people and Luciferian people and technocratic, whatever the heck they are, Malthusian, etc. people, right? All these, the Masons are involved and all that stuff, right? Ultimately, they're all serving the same guy, but they don't see it that way. They see it. They have their little groups, and all their little groups are fighting within each other to see who's going to be controlling at the end of the day, right? So because of that, it's giving us all this time because they can't get their collective shit together. So
that makes sense.
There's all these different plans.
That makes sense that they wouldn't be able to get their crap together. I mean, seeing as how the basis for their entire worldview is pride.
Right. Exactly. And deceit. So, and I know I'm following this. This is kind of a new track on it. Well, I've been kind of hedging around this. I think Putin and Trump are working in tandem. I think they're working on this situation from two different angles, two different sides, and they're going to meet in the middle.
Oh, wait. So you think it's a 5D chess thing?
I don't think it's 5D chess. It's only 5D chess if you're not examining the players on the board. But once you where they meet in the middle is Israel, right? And I think Trump is letting Israel overplay themselves, so that they can literally get destroyed or removed from certain groups removed from power. Because here's the thing, right?
You're saying Israel?
Here's the thing. Israel can exist without Likud, and Israel can exist without Bibi, and Israel can exist without the Jays. None of these things are necessary for Israel to exist. really.
Yeah.
Now, narratively, you're locked into those things, but none of these things have to exist for Israel to exist. Those Israel existed, or Palestine, whatever that Judea.
Well, then
right?
what significance is Israel without them? I mean, this entire thing, to a large extent, has been orchestrated by them. The two world wars, a lot of the social movements that have happened
they're downstream.
But so much of it was explicitly orchestrated by them. Explicitly.
Yeah. Well, it's like if you say that it's a headquarters, right? It's just an outpost.
Well, okay. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't sound like if you have an entire group of people who believe in redeeming the world by sin, if Sabbatai Zevi led half of the Jewish population into believing in a worldview that basically said sin to your way to salvation, and then I don't know if you look into what's his name's book, what's it called? The Culture of Critique, and you see all of these specific Jewish thought leaders, writers, and think tanks that basically sculpted the modern mindset, the modern hyper-liberal, anti-white, anti-Christian mindset. I don't see how you can separate these two things.
That's just a modernist thing, because if you go backwards to where it all began, it began in Britain, and it didn't begin with Jays. It began with every single liberal philosopher of the day. So Kant,
where in Britain? Wait. In Britain, what period are we talking about when you say we go back?
We go back to the 1500s. So 16. I forget the exact dates. If you look at when Parliament basically takes over, that's the beginning of liberalism. That's when they started going into nominalism. They used nominalism to basically destroy the metaphysics of the king. Right.
That was what's his name? That was that Protestant guy with that cool name. You know who I'm talking about? The Protestant guy who rose into power.
Occam. Well, there's Occam's, right? Occam's razor.
No, not Occam. Not Occam.
Well, Occam basically created nominalism. That's his contribution to.
What is this, bro? Sorry, no. I'm talking about this guy. He had a cool name. Protestant takeover of England.
But yeah, Louis the 13th. Sorry, not Louis the 13th. The Church of England, like Anglicanism, is just like Catholicism without the Pope. There's your derivation. They lean heavily into the political side. They bring everything down to material. So this is where they just smuggle in heresies all over the place.
Cromwell, yeah, that's the name.
Yeah,
Cromwell.
Cromwell's there too. Yeah. So all these guys, that's not Jays. All these cementing ideologies, right? Individualism, materialism, nominalism, all these major philosophical basis that liberalism in all its forms stems from. And I mean, like, all liberalism, right? Classic libertarianism, fascism, communism, all the
$2.35. Destroy throne and altar.
Hold on, I'm getting a super chat. Thank you, A Panini. A Panini said, "Destroy throne and altar." Do you know what that's in reference to? Is that in reference to Cromwell? Okay, but I still see many links to Judaism. Again, when we talk about the City of London, when we talk about the financing of these Masonic halls, which brought a lot of these revolutionary ideas to light, when we think of the 1054 schism, which led to the Protestant Reformation over time because of the overreach. Part of that was shortly after the schism, Rome started engaging in usury and stuff like that, and this was shortly after, if my timeline's correct, the Khazarian empire falling apart. And so there was all sorts of bankers, not just Roman bankers, not just the that one family, but many bankers. And in fact, the Jewish bankers were the ones who urged the crusade against Byzantium. Then funded and urged for the crusade against Byzantium. So just saying that they're alongside this the whole time, and a lot of these thoughts, even these revolutionary thoughts, come from Kabbalah and stuff like that.
I'm not disagreeing. So the thing is, I think for some reason this feels like it keeps getting staged as a disagreement between us. I'm not disagreeing with you. My central point is this. Yes, the Jays are involved, right? I'm not disagreeing with it. What I'm saying is it's not just the Jays. So when you look at when you're trying to examine who the enemy is and how to fight the enemy on the ground, right? Us, we can't affect any of that stuff, right? We're not going to change that. That doesn't change by voting or anything like that. How that changes in the praxis for us on a day-to-day life is to reject the conflict. That's the first primary
is one. To what?
They're feeding you, to reject the conflict they're trying to feed you.
Yeah.
They're trying to make you do things and say things and think things in their frame. So reject the frame, break the frame, right? And that frame, that liberal frame is Luciferian to its core. So the first thing we do is, when we model the prodigal son, we return, we repent, and we rebuild, and we have to understand this is a generational thing, and has to start within our own local communities, and then grow out, right? And we're in for the fight of our lifetime, but it's rejecting all the things they want you to think and want you to do. So whenever they tell you this narrative, and it's very compelling, and they're telling you now, it's like, well, here's your two poles, right? Here's the two things you can look at, and these are the only two things you can think and consider. It's like, look for the third option. What are they not? What's the third option that they're not telling you? Who profits off this? Who always profits off this? And that. So I'm not saying don't.
Thank you, Gorilla Biscuits, for the 5. Because I see Israel profiting, but I will say
Gorilla Biscuits super chatted $5.
Hold on, it's talking over you. Thank you, Gorilla Biscuits. Here's your sound. I owe 2 other people's sounds. Here's your sound. The other person's sound. The other person's sound. All right, sorry about that. Well, we lost him. He's back. Okay. You're saying who benefits from it, but that involves going. Well, I see Israel endlessly benefiting from it. I see Israel endlessly benefiting from it, and you said that. I'll say this: I think we agree in a lot of ways, and I again, you're right. I don't think we're like this is like some sort of like argument. I think we agree in a lot of ways. Who is whom sound? The second one, gee whiz, you guys. The second one was for A Panini, and the third one was for guys. Was for Gorilla Biscuits again. Thank you, Gorilla Biscuits, twice. Shout out W, big shout out. Big W. What were we saying? So I think in a certain sense, you and me, where we meet at, Metal Stalfos, thank you for the 5, brother. Here's your sound.
Metal Stalfos super chatted $5.
Thank you, bro. I think where we meet is, yes, ultimately it is a spiritual battle, and the at the end of the day, none of these things come from our planning and our schemes. These things come from above, and I believe, and we've talked about this on Network Armageddon, Electric Boogaloo. We've also talked about this on your show, that all changes that ultimately benefit Christendom come from simply adhering to the faith and not trying to control the world. And I think that's where you and me meet.
The only person who's going to, the only force that can intercede is God, ultimately. But also understand that this war that's coming, it's already here, but it's going to be much more clear in the next 5 years, I think. Is that it has to happen. It has to happen. There is a cleansing that almost has to happen, right? I use that word because it was used before, but in order for humanity to change and have an opportunity to change, then this has to happen. It's been prophesized by the Orthodox Church.
Yeah, many times. It has to happen, but it's a cascade. You know, it's like, did it have? Did the things that led to this have to happen? Was all of this set in stone, or is
There's choices within choices within choices. The opportunities we have right now, which are different than, let's say, in World War One, is that in World War One, people were true believers in the state, in their country, and a lot of these things. Now, no one really. It's hard to make people believe. So this is an E.M. Burlingame point. What they're trying to do right now, and even J.D. Vance's little speech is interesting. There's two ways they can affect things. They can either make you give up, right? And I'm talking about young men, right? Young men, like the 20-year-old, teenage and 20-year-old set. They can either make them give up, and the majority of your population is always not going to be worth crap in a war. Ukraine is proving that. And the people who are going to be good at war, they're going to get them geared up, right? That's the vengeful son stuff. Get you as geared up and as vengeful, and whatever narrative that can feed that anger and resentment and absolute bitterness and hate, they will feed into it. And then they go, great, you want to do something? Go here and kill these people.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, that's the plan.
The destruction of souls.
Population. Yeah, reduce the world's population massively, one way or the other, and they don't care how they do it.
The Ascending Ancient has said, Tony, can you ask Myron if he had to distill this for laymen with minimal context, how would he? I think we've done it a couple times, but do you want to give it another shot?
So, in my thesis of the vengeful son, right, which is like the spirit of this age, the thing I say about it is that the problem with the vengeful son is it's going to feel good. As people become more aware of all these things, they're going to have this resentment, and as that resentment builds, they're going to want to go and do things. Now we're seeing it. When
you say aware of all these things, are you saying aware of more narratives being fed to us, or aware of the truth?
Aware of the lies. People are aware of the lies now, and it's
actually knowing what's going on as people become more and more aware of what's actually going on, not another narrative. So this wouldn't be even something that they planned for.
Right, exactly. Look, just even around the Charlie Kirk assassination, a lot of people are rejecting the narrative. They're openly rejecting it.
Yeah.
Who was it? I can't remember which show had it. Oh, it was Steve Bannon. Was covering the memorial, and one of his reporters came back and he said, I was talking to a lot of people on the line, and none of them believed the narrative that it was this kid who did it. He was that basically everyone believes he's a patsy. Now, maybe they're being selective. Maybe Steve Bannon and crew are spinning their own narrative, sure, but no, people are openly rejecting it.
Yeah, so that's the narrative that's the dialectic. That's like, I don't know. The obvious dialectic is left and right. The obvious dialectic is get us to kind of crumble from within by infighting, by giving different pieces, different narratives. And so, yeah, that seems to be the obvious thing that they're playing at, is it's left and right. It's these leftists that don't understand anything, and it's a little bit simplistic. But where I'm at, where I've been at from the jump, is it is Israel. Israel got them shot. It's because Charlie Kirk. But you're saying that's another dialectic, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If you go beyond Israel, because Israel exists because it the reason why Israel can't be the tail that wags the dog is they're a small little nation that's dependent on investment. It's like Japan, like a lot of these other places. These places, like when I was tracking the bond market collapse and the euro dollar collapse and all these things happening. I'm sorry, someone asked me to condense this, and I'm trying to, but it's very difficult. Basically, here's I'll try to condense it. They're trying to make you violent, and they're trying to make you attack the people they want you to attack, and I'm telling you not to.
Well, yeah, that's ultimately the goal. The goal is to destroy souls. The goal is to get you to do something that will destroy your soul, and that's always been ultimately the big picture. The big picture is cling to Christ despite the way of the world and despite what it presents you. That's always been the big picture.
Yeah, be on the cross and the rightful place is being on the cross and crucified. So you're going to suffer. It's good. Don't look for material ways to end your suffering. Look only for spiritual ways. So that's the distillation of the argument. Now, to get into Israel and their ability to do stuff, they're an investment place. So and this is detailed in Tales of the Shadow Empire, and even if you buy a membership in my channel, there's all the videos you can get access to. So what I started detailing was that post the Marshall Plan in 1945, that was basically set up to rebuild Japan and Germany. It got hijacked for the rest of Europe. So basically, most of the modern monetary policies, like the USD being the world's reserve currency and all these other things, and the ability for people to produce bonds and willy-nilly without like really any oversight, has been the driving force of the economy. And that's why it's globalization. They had to keep expanding the markets in order for this thing to keep working. And they officially on paper, what they thought was going to happen was all these, it worked so well in Germany and Japan and rebuilt Europe, it'll build up all the global South. And what they found out is that it doesn't really work. It kind of worked. It worked really well in China, didn't work anywhere else. So, so on top of the bond market, there's this derivatives market, which is and that gets crazy. That's basically people just betting on bonds and buying and selling, and it's all these like non-existent dollars that are still tied to the USD, right?
Yeah.
So if you look at the international bond market, officially on paper, it's something around, I want to say something like $50 trillion, thereabouts, $100 trillion, right? In actual treasury bonds that are out there in the world. If you look at the derivatives market, you're looking at something in the neighborhood of $7 quadrillion, trillion dollars. Like more money than there is money.
Yeah.
And that's what's getting called in. That's what's crushing the economic sector. So it's happening. It started happening in Japan in May. It's now moving to Argentina, showing up. So it's showing it up in currency collapse, which is not something that's supposed to happen. So to avoid the complete collapse of the currency, the internal banks of the central banks of these countries are doing crazy stuff. You look at Japan, they're doing corrections. They did 14 corrections in a week, right? They're doing crazy stuff to try to keep their economy from literally sinking into the ocean. And they're an investment country. That's the vast majority of the Japanese economy was kept alive because they were an investment country. People would go in there and buy Japanese bonds because they were secure and profit off that. And that's where a lot of the derivatives markets was centralized out of Japan. That's collapsing. Now it's collapsing Germany, it's collapsing France, it's collapsing Britain, and now it's collapsing Argentina. This is a trend that's going to go over the entire world. It's inescapable. So this is happening. This is part of the Great Reset. COVID, the lockdowns in COVID, was to basically allow the U.S. to funnel trillions of dollars into European banks to keep their bond markets from collapsing. The Ukraine war on a financial level for the British banks, the British banks were basically funneling trillions of dollars into Ukraine to rinse it back into the British banks to keep their bond market from collapsing. This is Alex Crainer's work at Tom Luongo. People can go check that out. So you have this pressure building, this complete collapse of the economic of economies globally. and this was going to be I think this was the plan, was to collapse all economies everywhere equally and then rebuild out of that.
Okay, so you before you said this wasn't supposed to happen, but now you're saying it's part of the plan.
Well, it became the plan, right? So I think they started doing this thing. They started making these bonds, and out of the bonds, they created the derivatives market. And now the derivatives market, it just grew and grew and grew. And at no point did they slow down because they were making too much money, and money, right? So they didn't change it. And then they got to a point where now this thing has to collapse. So they're going to collapse. So the idea, plan A was to collapse the system, rebuild, right? That was the WEF, all the Davos, etc. Plan B now seems to be out of Trump and co., and Russia's just confirmed this.
A Panini super chatted $2.35.
Hold on 1 second. I'm getting a super chat. It's talking over you. Give me 1 second. Thank you, A Panini. Here's your sound, buddy. Okay, go on. So you're saying that they're basically scrambling for a second plan? This really is kind of a disheveled mess of overlords we're dealing with.
Second plan is BTC.
Is what?
Coins. Bitcoin. Second plan B, set up by Jerome Powell and Donald Trump and a few other, and I think the Carlyle Group and a few others, these big players, is to set up the Bitcoin market in the United States as a parallel bond market and to cancel out the debt that way. And Russia just put out a declaration 2-3 weeks ago, basically saying this. Now, how they explained it, I'm not quite sure if they got the details right. But, and this is something you should talk to Matt from King Pill about, because he's following that world a lot closer than I am. But that's the plan. The new plan is to use Bitcoin as the parallel bond market. So global economies will collapse, but the American economy will stay alive. And I think Russia is going to be fine. China's going to be fine. But everywhere else is going to go through some bad times.
Including Israel?
Oh, yeah. Likud's done. Likud they've been going to war with Likud for about 10 years now.
All right.
Here's an interesting thing. Here's an interesting little thing to consider. Likud, the political party, is a front for Jewish mafia.
Yeah.
Okay. There's three of the biggest prominent names of the Jewish mafia. Well, two of them based out of Montreal. I served them. I served members of this family. Bronfmans and Seagrams, right? Two major names. Both the Bronfmans and Seagrams have been brought up. They've had multiple family members involved in sex cults and child trafficking and merchants of despair stuff.
Wait, what do you mean you served them?
I worked at I managed a restaurant in Westmount, which is like a very, very high, very, very rich area of Montreal, and a lot of Jews. And they would come into the restaurant and they were customers there.
Did they tip good?
Bronfmans and Stephens. I can't remember. Probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
Probably not. But anyways, interesting times. So if you keep in mind that these guys have been being brought up and being captured, right? I think this is part of the Epstein thing and all this other stuff. They've been whittling away Likud in the background, removing support for Likud, and Netanyahu is just the head of Likud. He's just the front man for that group. I don't think they survive the next 5 years.
That's an interesting take. You know, it's basically going back to a 5D chess move. It's basically saying that there's things working behind the scene, and while it looks like we're licking the boots of Israel, what we're actually doing is prepping them to fall. It's an interesting perspective. I was thinking recently that, and I talked about this months ago, about the dark MAGA. And I was using the word MAGA, kind of as a joke, but the idea that the reason Trump is this dark MAGA is because he's everything to everybody. To the left, he's the worst thing in the world, who's going to destroy all of them and remove their ability to castrate their children or whatever. And to the right, he's this grand architect who's working towards some greater plan. And everybody just reads so much into this man, and they see what they want to see.
Let me be very clear here. I don't think any of this is coming out of Trump's brain.
Yeah, that was kind of that's what I've been thinking about lately, is like, and tell me, I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. And I also want to hear what you're about to say, but what my point was simply this. Maybe Trump is exactly what Trump looks like he is, a materialist dummy.
Donald Trump is the front man for a oligarch group, an internal oligarch group that is the spine of that group comes from the Carlyle Group. Do you know who the Carlyle Group is?
No. Well, I've heard it. The Carlyle
Group was Carlyle Group. Named after the Carlyle Hotel in D.C., which was named after Thomas Carlyle, a Scottish polemic. Poet and polemic. His book on heroism is fantastic. So is his book, The Latter-day Papers. Keep that name in mind, because I'm going to use it. I'm going to quote it from an interesting source. So the Carlyle Group first got formed at the end of the Cold War. They were a Reagan cutout. They basically were going around and buying up all the missile defense companies, mostly, that were going to go out of business because the Cold War was done. They were the guys who were financing and basically being the private equity group behind the SDI program, Space Defense Initiative. So things like Star Wars and Iron Domes and missile defense systems and Project Bluebeam and all that stuff. That's all Carlyle Group. Okay. Now they've expanded, and now they own a whole bunch of fronts. They own Dunkin' Donuts, for example.
Yeah.
They're an interesting little group, because basically every single major world leader at some point, especially the Bushes, have in one way, shape, or form worked for the Carlyle Group. Now they're a private equity group, so they're sitting on untold trillions of dollars. That's theirs. They don't play. It's nothing public. So they can move their money around where they want, but they play in 5, 10, 15, 20-year plans, because they have to. They stabilize markets to basically, or destabilize markets to make gains, right? Big bad, private equity groups. And I'm not saying these guys are good guys. I'm just saying these are guys, and they do stuff in the world, and they have to pay attention to them. So the Carlyle Group has this initiative. They're building missiles. Then the Clintons get in and start to defund the SDI program, and a whole bunch of other things, and start clogging up the works with the Carlyle Group, which they don't really appreciate. Then comes George Bush Sr., and in the first few months of his administration, he's all pro-missile. In fact, he goes to the Russians and tears up the Intercontinental Ballistic Missile Treaty that they had signed, and said, "No, we're going to build missiles again." So now there's a new missile race. Right after that happens, 9/11 happens, and drags America into the wars in the Middle East, which again screws up the Carlyle Group. Because you'd think that a military group that builds missiles, well, war is good for them. It's actually not good for them, because they just want to build missiles. They don't actually care about them being fired. So the more missiles being used, the more they can't supply that demand, the more other companies will spring up to supply that demand. That's no good for the Carlyle Group. They want a monopoly on missile programs. So flash forward, we get out of those wars. Obama then goes around during his administration and starts to sack or get rid of or make things very uncomfortable, and a lot of 5-star generals start quitting. Where do they go? To the Carlyle Group. Carlyle Group, there's different reports on this. They are suspected to have a private army, a full-on military army of around 70,000 people, just sitting out there.
Yeah.
Right. Doing who knows what. Here's the interesting thing. And I started saying this when like late in 2024, well, mid 2024, when Trump's running. And this is even before the assassination attempt. And then I really picked it up afterwards, saying that Donald Trump is being installed as the president of the United States, the next president of the United States, by the Carlyle Group. Okay. because they want him to be the guy who gets certain things done. Part of Trump's Agenda 47 was saying that he was going to build a great big iron dome across America, built in America, all that kind of stuff. That's Carlyle Group. Okay, so lots of little things, and Trump's tied to Texas Oil, which is also tied to the Carlyle Group. It's a big giant web of craziness. So Trump's getting installed, and the reason why I really think this is Biden started spending his holiday weekends at this guy's Jewish, but I don't think I don't think it's ideological. One of the creators of the Carlyle Group. These guys are tight.
Abby Shong, thank you. Hold on 1 second. He's is talking.
Abby's on super chatted $5.
Here's your sound, Abby. Pretty good sound. Wait. Now I'm losing the plot if I'm being honest, because the idea here was that Trump isn't playing 5D chess. Trump is just a figurehead for other groups that are playing 5D chess. Is he aware of this in your estimation?
Yeah. Okay. This is. I think would be helpful is not calling it 5D chess. It's not really 5D chess in the sense of these are long-term plans, right? Some people are planning long and some people are planning short. The Carlyle Group and those organizations are planning long. They have very long-term plans. I don't know what their ultimate objectives are, but what I do know is that they don't just do a reactionary plan. They're thinking way far ahead. So when you think of what Kamala Harris and that team and Plan A was going to do with UBIs and central bank currencies and all these other things, it was going to cut out major middlemen, like all the commercial banks. It was going to cut them out, and that's why guys like Goldman Sachs and I always forget the name of this bank. Anyways, a lot of those guys were basically like, yeah, no, that's not going to work for us, right? So then this new elite group starts forming, and that's the backbone behind Trump. You know, if you look at all the tech elites and then all the banking elites and all these other American financiers that are backing Trump, that's the group. And so they're not down to Plan A.
Okay, I'm going to keep it compact. So, okay, because how we got into this, we were talking about how, to me, it looks like Israel is the tail that wags the dog, and I think to most of my audience and to most people who are in the know, and my idea, you're saying that there's people with long-term goals behind people like Trump. Trump is not simply... My view of Trump is that he's simply the guy towing the line, the most recent guy towing the line. That's what I see. And so and the line he's towing, as far as I can tell, is allegiance to Israel. His entire family is basically married off to Jews. He's consistently under his supervision, anti-Semitism has been passed as a legal term, as well as all sorts of interesting laws in certain places. But you're saying that this isn't who his allegiance is to.
No, I think his allegiance is to the Carlyle Group and to that network.
And he's aware of this, you would say.
Mm-hmm. Oh, very. Here's an interesting little data point, right? Kamala Harris, when she was giving her concession speech, at the end quoted Thomas Carlyle. The exact quote was this: "The eternal stars shine out again as soon as it is dark enough." In published in conclusion, we may say with Carlyle, when it grows dark enough, we can see stars. That was her quote.
Who said this?
Right, Kamala Harris, in her concession speech.
Okay.
Why is Kamala Harris quoting Thomas Carlyle? Do you honestly think Kamala Harris knows who the fuck Thomas Carlyle is?
No.
No. Someone does. So someone had her in her concession speech directly quote Thomas Carlyle, who is the reason why the hotel is named the Carlyle Hotel, which is what the namesake for the Carlyle Group is.
Feels like truthering. Yeah.
It's not,
see
man.
it.
I know it sounds crazy, but it distills down to here are some important groups, here are powerful people who are sitting on trillions of dollars who can throw weight around whenever they want.
That makes sense.
Right? And that group has been sitting back there waiting because they got fucked with and they're bitter. Then here's a stunning realization that I had, Tony, about a lot of geopolitics. You can basically boil down. I gotta get going soon. You can basically boil down most of geopolitics down to like bitter berries.
Bitter what?
Someone got bitter about bitter berries. Like this group over here doesn't like this group over here because this group over here screwed this group over here 20 years ago, and they have a vendetta.
Okay.
And now they're just going to screw with each other.
Okay.
And that's that's geopolitics.
Would you compare the Carlyle Group to BlackRock?
They're more powerful than BlackRock.
More powerful than BlackRock, and you said they don't invest like BlackRock does.
They're a private equity group, so all their money is not public.
I thought there was. What is behind me?
That's
that's yours.
She likes playing with the black screen.
I'm like looking behind me.
I thought it was me on camera.
I don't know how it looks on your screen. So keep this in mind. Okay, BlackRock's all BlackRock's money. This is why they're trying to buy up assets, by the way, because they're trying to diverge from just 401ks. The majority of BlackRock's money comes from investment money, mostly from retirement funds. Okay, they basically control almost all the retirement funds across America and most of the West. That's Larry Fink's thing. Larry Fink has no power because there's no liquidity in the market. He can't move money around. They had to set up a special trustee through the Fed to allow him to do a lot of these acquisitions. The Carlyle Group actually has trillions of dollars that they can just free up and do stuff with whenever they want to. Now, interesting thing, Donald Trump has also passed a bill recently that allows private equity groups like the Carlyle Group to get involved in the insurance game.
What is the repercussions of that? What is that? What's the entailment of that?
The Carlyle Group will be TFO the BlackRock.
TFO?
And Vanguard and all the rest of it.
BTFO.
They'll wipe them off the board. No, if they see them as a competitor, they'll no longer exist, or they'll buy them.
Daddy, what's the Carlyle? Made by Jim. All right, you've given us a lot to think about, and I'm going to get better at this. I just recently decided that I'm the next Joe Rogan, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to have people who are smarter than me talk to me, and I'm going to keep bringing them back, and I'm going to keep saying, okay, but what does that mean for a kickboxer? How does that work for a bald kickboxer on...
I'm going to give you a back.
What?
No, I like the idea.
Yeah, I'm going to start doing that. It'd be like, okay, I see what you're saying, Byron Chuck, but what does that mean for a comedian in Austin, Texas?
Anchorage, Alaska, or wherever the heck you are.
Yeah, I'm in Alaska.
Want to say hi? Oh, now you're shy. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you. I'm gonna get going. My brain hurts. Thank you for having this talk with me.
Said, if people, I know this is a lot, right? It's a lot of stuff to spit out, and I can't. If people ask for condensations, and it's like I can't. I can condense it down to a certain thing, and then people go, "What's that?" I'm like, "Well, since you asked, go check out Tales of the Shadow Empire. It's on Gumroad. You can buy your copy there, or head on my channel. I think all the episodes now. I think I've moved them all into membership because YouTube is being weird. But you can buy a membership there and go check out my talks with Stormy and Tom Luongo and Jim Jatras and Charles Badil and kind of get an idea of really how this thing operates a bit better. And then my intent is to do a second part of that, which is going to deal really with the occult angles and the spiritual angle of all this, because behind all there's a materialistic thing that you have to look at in these groups, and you can spend all your time and effort looking into this. I did that for a long time. It's exhausting, but behind all that is the spiritual aspect of it. And when you get to that point, that's where things get clearer and also more frustrating for people, because then it's not like people want to know what to do. I'm like, well, pray, go to church.
Yeah, at the end of the day. But this is also my big fear in talking to you, is that the details are paralyzing. Details are paralyzing. The further you get into different motivations and different motives, the less you have a clear goal as to what you should do. And while that can be beneficial to a certain extent, because it reminds us that this is all in God's hands, I don't know. It's definitely giving me a lot to think about. I'm going to talk about it a little bit.
Yep. Okay. Love you guys. I love you, Tony.
Love you too, man.
We should do something soon.
All right, we will. Have a good one.
You too.
Let me go into my dark place. Why is it this color? Hold on, let me fix the color. Because what this is making me, it's like, okay, we had a whole thing. We need blue. And we need less. There we go. What? No. No. I'll just turn it off. My concern, because what this does is this blows everything into this much bigger picture, and it's paralyzing. I find it completely paralyzing ultimately, because what at one point was like, okay, we have the juice right now. We got that juice, you know. Let's take this awful thing that's happened and use it to strengthen our resolve and the directions that we go. The direction that we go as Orthodox Christians, as conservatives, you know, let's take this awful thing and use it for good, right? Watch this. Okay, that'll work. That's okay. It's a little crazy. But when you look at it like the way Myron Chuck is talking about it, that becomes kind of incidental, and it's no longer really even worth pursuing. It's like, well, this is just another trick. And you're like, oh, okay, I'll just do nothing. Guys, can you do this emoji real quick? Can you do this emoji? It's like this. And you just kind of find yourself emotionally paralyzed. You're like, oh, okay, it was just another trick that we can't fathom, and there's all these people working in this much higher realm, and what looks obvious to you is actually there's many hands at work and many motivations, and then you're just like, oh, okay. And then the juice leaves. You don't got the juice no more. You're just like, oh, I guess. And in a way, it can be good. I feel two ways about it. In one way, okay, fine, I'm not galvanized. I'm no longer galvanized to fight every one and to cause problems. I'm no longer galvanized. That could be seen as a good thing in one sense. You know, because I don't know. The righteous thing to do is to just focus on Christ, which is where I usually am. Though
Abby's
I have
on super chatted $5.
Thank you, Abby. Here's your sound. Which is usually where I am, though I haven't been to church in 2 weeks, and it's really taken a toll on me. Also, I haven't been sleeping. But what it does is it kind of puts you in this state of just it returns you to stasis, When somebody comes in and they start talking about all the gears in the machine, it returns you to stasis. You're no longer ready for something. And so this is my issue. Not that Myron Chuck is right or wrong. We're having conversations. We agree on a lot. But that what I find personally is my fire, my fuel it dissipates in the face of this fog of complicated motivations. Which is how I feel right now. I feel kind of, oh, okay. And I'm not saying I gotta think about this for a while, because I don't necessarily agree. If I did, I don't know what I would do. I mean, we agree in a lot of ways. You know. But I do think, who serves Satan better than his synagogue? I mean, this is biblical. Who serves him better than his synagogue? I can't imagine. I can't fathom. And you can trace back the roots of all these revolutionary movements to Jewish banks, Jewish think tanks, and philosophers and psychologists. And so I still see it as very much an Amish thing. The idea that Israel is this accounted for what's the word? Accounted for, let's just say variable. This accounted for variable in the minds of of more powerful groups. I don't know. And I think this is my concern, this is my fear, is that, and I'm not saying Myron Chuck is doing this, and I'm just, you know, I hope you don't mind me talking about this afterwards, but I have to think for a while before I talk. And so I'm thinking about this out loud, and please don't think that I'm doing this so that you can't say anything back. I'm just working it out right now. But in my mind, what this does is this, if I were a Zionist supremacist with incredible control over nations and world currency, and I've spent billions of dollars keeping my name out of the media in any sense other than a good sense, and then suddenly it all gets unleashed and everybody's aware. If I saw that as part of the plan, instead of a blessing to us, then now suddenly the scales are lifted and we see just how nefarious these people are and with what hatred they hate us. If suddenly we're like, oh, but they're just a kind of a minor player in a much grander scheme, that would benefit me. If that would be beneficial to me. So while I'm not saying Myron Chuck is right or wrong, if I'm right, what Myron Chuck's saying would be beneficial to the Amish people. It would take the smoke off them and turn it back to a sort of incalculable, nebulous faction, loose faction, that takes us right back to square one, actually. That takes us right back to square one. That puts us right back where we were before we learned about the Jews. Oh gosh, this is. I'm not. Again, I'm not attacking. I'm just talking. Let me do me. I got to do me. But I remember before I learned about Israel, before I learned about, you know, the Amish control of the media, the Amish control of the banks, the Amish control of Hollywood, the news, the Amish control of BlackRock, the Amish control of the porn industry. Before I learned about all this, it was this nebulous group, this loose faction of greedy tyrants. This narrative, in my mind, greatly serves Israel, if it is Israel, to return it back to this nebulous thing. Too many moving parts, too much going on. Oh, okay. Never mind. I'll just get back to my Cheeto dust then. But if I'm wrong, then we just what else is there to do? If I'm wrong, then what else is there to do? Get back to your Cheeto dust. You're wrong. Buy Bitcoin, go to church, eat Doritos. There's nothing else to be done. Your efforts are futile. Pointing out this group that by all accounts has orchestrated most of the problems in the modern world is missing the greater picture, because they are just a small portion of a much grander plan that they could be removed from. It takes all the wind out of your sails, if it's true. If it's true. And it definitely, if it's not true, greatly serves Israel, that narrative. Which was why I got so frustrated with Myron Chuck before. And I'm simple. I'm simple. I like things to be very simple. I think very black and white. And I don't know how to work otherwise. I don't know how to operate otherwise. Things have to be very straightforward for me in order for me to proceed forward. This, I have nowhere to go. If this is the case, and I'm not saying it's not, and I'm not saying it is. This is Myron Chuck's take, and a lot of Myron Chuck's take coincides with mine, but a lot of it presents a lot of complications that I find paralytic. I find paralysis inducing. I find them paralysis inducing. Which is fine if they're true. But if they're not, if it's not the case, and of course, you know, if it's not the case, then no, that's not fine. You know, we have more knowledge of this nefarious group which hates Christ than we have in the past 100 years of brainwashing. Are you saying that for all this brainwashing that I've endured, for it all to be this negligent, ultimately thing in the plan of a grander scheme, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Because what have we been doing this whole time? It returns us to stasis. It returns us to stasis. It returns us to stasis. That's what it does. It becomes nebulous again, and you just go back to your Cheeto dust. It becomes nebulous again. It becomes something reserved for people more intelligent than us. So I'm reticent to agree. But I do appreciate Myron Chuck's perspective quite a bit. I know he's very intelligent. I know he looks into this stuff way deeper than I ever will or could. In truth, I've been looking for an excuse to return to what return to my main thesis. I've been looking for an excuse to return to my main thesis, which is trust God, and if you want to see good things in the world, don't focus on altering world events. Focus on being the best Christian you can. Focus on the life of the church. Focus on the life of the church. Because, as I've said before, the fall of Khazaria could not have been seen. The fall of pagan Rome could not have been seen. It wasn't schemed for. It wasn't planned for. Nobody sat around and said, okay, now we're going to give Constantine a vision. Guys, mix up some mushrooms. We're going to give Constantine a vision of Christ. It wasn't, you know what I mean? Like, these things happen by divine providence. These things happen by the blood of the martyrs and divine providence. So ultimately, that is true. Like I said, that's where me and Myron Chuck definitely meet. But we do have to live in this world. We are alive. This is real. And we are a part of it. And what's beneficial to me, if it's not the truth, then it has to be discarded anyway. I'm not convinced that it isn't. I can't see something this massive, which can be traced back clearly from, Frankists to Sabbateans, to Kabbalists, to Khazarians, to the Talmud, to the crucifixion of Christ, to modern thinking and modern ways of thinking. Something this massive with such a direct hatred towards Christ and his people. I don't necessarily think that this is a small or negligible. I don't think this can be overstated how large a role these people play. Yeah. And if I took my eye off of that and said, no, it's a much more complicated thing, it would take a lot of convincing for me to take my eye off of that. And when Myron Chuck was telling me this, and why I got so upset with Myron Chuck, who I do love and I do respect, and we've had many conversations, but it was like right after all these people started kind of moving away from the Israel narrative. But then over the past couple weeks, look at all the people who are moving towards the Israel narrative. Tucker, Candace. It does give me pause. It does confuse me, if I'm being honest. It confuses me. And in a sense, it lends to... You could see a way in which it would lend to what Myron Chuck is saying. I know Myron's in the chat. I'm just talking right now. I'm not looking at chat. I'm thinking.
$5. Myron's in the chat.
I know Myron's in the chat. Here's your sound. I can't think I have to think uninterrupted and just kind of let this out for a minute. I don't think he's offended by anything I'm saying. You're not offended by anything I'm saying right now, are you, Chucky? I'm just thinking, bud. I think I was in the midst of saying that it lends to what you said, that part. That lends to what he's saying. But now I forgot what I was saying. But thank you for the 5. It was worth forgetting. What was I saying? I'm not insulting you. I'm just thinking it through. I'm thinking it through. Because this isn't small for me. This isn't small at all. Nick is suddenly going against the Israel angle, and now he has his first sponsor. And I don't know if people are, and I'm not, so like when I hear this stuff, it makes me think all sorts of stuff. And I am not saying that you are doing anything, Myron Chuck. This is just me thinking about stuff. I'm not putting you in league with Nick or any other pundit. What I'm saying is that that this way of looking at it could very well downplay the role, the substantial role that Israel has in all of this. And to think that the 20th century, which is littered with the bodies of European men, Christian men, Orthodox Christians, to think, to see the 20th century and everything that it entailed and the outcome of it, and the world that I just woke up from 8 years ago, 9 years ago, I don't know how long ago, which was an all-powerful spell that was so hard to see outside of. To think that that was all just a small piece of some larger thing, I don't know. I could give myself I could give an olive branch and just say I don't have the bandwidth for it, but I'm not even willing to say that. I'm not willing to say that. I'm not willing to ignore how significant all of that is. I don't think you're saying you are either. Yo, what the heck is happening? Dog die? But if I were Israel and I wanted the heat to come off me, and the heat is most definitely on Israel right now, then this would suit me to make it nebulous again. Let's make it nebulous again. And they had such a concerted effort in making sure that was the case for the past 70 years. So I'm very careful as to whether or not I am willing to go down that path, I guess is what I'm saying. What's the potential solution to their orchestrated reaction? Think about it this way. You've been living inside of a lie your whole life. Why do you think you can suddenly understand the truth about the people who lie? Because that was the lie. That was the lie. The lie was Israel's our greatest ally. The lie was there wasn't somebody pulling the strings in our entire culture, convincing us of all sorts of narratives. This is why I don't get into politics, is because what I find is when I get into politics, you start seeing all these moving parts, and it almost it paralyzes, and it's hard to see the bigger picture. Who the F is Asmongold, Tigglebitty says.
Tigglebitty super chatted $4.99. Who TF is Amon Gold?
Here's your sound. Asmongold is a great man, and I won't hear you besmirch his name. Asmongold is a great man. In this house, Asmongold's a hero. In this house, Asmongold is a hero. None of that changes because there's a few more moving parts. See, I guess this is what I'm saying. I'm not going to be able to keep up with everyone's chats right now, and also maintain my own mentality, or maintain my own thought process. Did I make my point clear? Have I made my point clear? The lie that I've been fed my entire life, that was funded by billions upon billions of dollars, was that the society that we lived in came about naturally because of freedom and democracy, when in fact it was orchestrated by people who hate us and hate Christ. And we can look at the receipts, and we could see their hand in all of it, and it does all point to Israel. It just does. It just does. So while there's a bunch of other people acting, I could spend a lot of time thinking about this. The dreidel has fallen. It's like the end of Inception, except it's a dreidel. Oh, gosh. I'm going to play a song for a minute and think. Another bagel has hit the second tree. I'm going to play a dinosaur. I'm going to play that one song. What's it called? It's called, what's that one? Brontosaurus? I'm going to play Brontosaurus. I need to hear Brontosaurus right now. Where's my headphones? Tigglebitty. Liberalism.
Tigglebitty super chatted $4.99. Liberalisms will consume all the wayward souls.
Another day without sun or blue. Don't know what I should do. Remember when it it shines so bright, and all the world became new. I do, I do. I do, I do. They want the wind out of my neck, no sun above my head. They want the ground under my feet, no place to lay my head. They want the stars out of my sky, nowhere to run and hide. They want it all in their control, no concern for the soul. I'll give them a hand if they say, I handed the soul to my foes. Another the soul do I see, I don't think you feel it no more. I'll give them a hand if they say, I handed the soul to my foes. Another the soul do I see, I don't think you feel it no more. No, no, no coast, no quiet place where eyes don't go. But I know what they've done, and I hope, 'cause I remember the sun. Don't want no girlfriend on your arm, no evenings in the park. Don't want no children at your feet, no food for them to eat. Don't want no love inside your heart, no Jesus in your thought. They want you eating from their hand, no will to understand. I'll give them a hand if they say, I handed the soul to my foes. Another the soul do I see, I don't think we feel it no more. I'll give them a hand if they say, I handed the soul to my foes. Another the soul do I see, I don't think we feel it no more. No love, no peace, no truth. No one will try to come for you, but I know what they've done, and I hope, 'cause I remember the sun. Yeah, these other groups are hyper nebulous. These other groups are nebulous. These other groups are Hold on. Gee whiz, dude. Seebeck, relax, bud. Seebeck, relax, dude. Huh. That's the juice. Sorry. I respect your point, though. Fog of information. I can't get with it. I can't get with it. I can't get with that. I can't do that. I can't do that personally. I have to have things clear. These other groups are too nebulous. Their motives are nebulous. We've recently... Okay, so it's too... No, I hate it. I hate it. I don't want to have an emotional reaction to it, but I hate it. I don't want my emotions to leave me, but it's like kind of like a gut thing. Because, you know, people will say, oh, you focus too much on Israel, Zionism, Judaism. And it's like, but it's informed our entire reality for 100 years. It's informed everything. You can't overstate their role. You can't overstate their role. You can't. And the lid's been blown off and people are seeing it now. And it's like, regardless of these other people, the Azov Battalion was co-founded by IDF. It is funded by a Jewish oligarch. It does operate under that gay little dancer, what's that, Zelensky, whose cabinet is comprised almost entirely of Jews. When I think City of London, how can you separate City of London from Rothschilds? How can you separate City of London from the street it was built around called Old Jewry? I don't think it benefits us in any way to take the pressure off of Israel for the first time since 1492. This is a misnomer, Israel, to take our focus off of the Amish for the first time since 1492. I don't think it benefits us in any way when our entire society was shaped by their think tanks and their social engineers. I don't see it. I don't see it. It feels like getting lost in the weeds. I'm not saying it's not true, but it feels like getting lost in the weeds. That's what it feels like to me. I say that with respect. I say that respectfully, but that's what it feels like. It feels like getting lost in the weeds. You can't overstate the Amish involvement in what we call modernity, the modern mindset. You just can't overstate it. And the receipts are all there. The receipts are all there. You know, this is not me going into any conspiracy theory. Nothing I'm saying is going into conspiracy theory. And I'm not saying anything Myron Chuck is. I'm just saying, like, I avoid things like talking about, like, you know, there's people who think that the city of London was not founded, obviously it existed before this, but basically Khazarian bankers migrated there after the fall of Khazaria and kind of built it into what it is today. I've seen no proof of that. All I see is speculation around that. So I don't even go into things like that. But it's like, dude, how can you separate things like Rothschilds from the city of London? How can you separate that? You can't. And Rothschild is literally the beneficiary. He received the Balfour Declaration. He was the person it was written to, which created the state of Israel. So to me, I'm just like, yeah, that stuff is interesting, but in my mind, it always takes a back seat because my entire life has been subverted. My understanding of the world has been subverted by a very particular people who hate Christ. And the heat is on for them in a way that hasn't been in a very long time. And to go off into these other things while they have and Myron Chuck wasn't ignoring the Jewish connection in all of these things, by the way. He wasn't. So none of this is against. None of this is, But to go off into the weeds with these things is to. It benefits Israel and it takes us off the side of maybe a very fortunate circumstance we find ourselves in. And I do believe Israel shot Charlie Kirk. I do believe that. I don't believe it was the Azov battalion. I don't see how that's true. I do think it was Israel. And then when you do that, see, this is why I know that he's not doing trutherism. I know he's not doing a truther thing, but that's like my thing is like, I'm like, that's why I said to him, it sounds like trutherisms, because what that does is you're like, okay, well, here's the obvious thing. Here's the less obvious thing, but then here's this overarching thing. And then here's all these other things. And what it does is it makes it so it's all a wash. Ultimately, it makes it a wash. And it's just like, it's all, just forget it. Just forget the whole thing. It's all a bunch of crazy poopy. It's not even anything. It's a bunch of stuff. Never mind. Oh, it wasn't the leftists. It was Israel. No, it wasn't Israel. It was these other groups, and they want Israel to take the fall for it. And then, oh gosh, there's all this international intrigue. And now what? Oh, now just sit back, nigga. Sit back and relax, nigga. It's freaking out of your hands. That's not what Chucky's saying. That's just where that goes. That's where that goes. I don't think you can overstate Israel, the Amish involvement in everything about the modern world. All the horrible things about the modern world. I don't think you could overstate it. Lord have mercy. What are we doing here? Come on. Nah, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I just can't do it. I can't do it. I don't see it. I'm not with it. I'm not with it. Time will tell. But if we sit here and we say, and that's the other thing. This is the other thing. And this is a big thing I've been talking about a lot on my show, is the idea of like, that's what they want you to think. That's what they want you to think. You're like, yeah, you think it's this instead of this, but that's another dialectic. And so it's like, well, so it's not, okay, so if I do that, I'm in a dialectic. But if I go over here, well, that's a new dialectic. Okay, well, then I'll go over here. Well, that's a new dialectic. And it's like, okay, how about I just don't really care what they want me to think? How about this is what I see clearly? What I see is an antichrist hand moving through the past 100 years so clearly that to ignore it would be insane. And what I see is philosophies coming out of specifically the Jewish community, which allows for all of these things to happen. And what I see is a city of London, bankers with allegiances to these philosophies. And what I see is the goal of destroying orthodoxy being played out in the 20th century and almost to completion, but the gates of hell will not prevail against the church. In Romania, they made Amish people the wardens of the Pitisti experiments because they knew how much they hated them. So it's like, for me, I can't see all of these moving parts personally. I don't have that. I can't see all these moving parts, but I can see the people who have desecrated Christ's church and who have torn the people from the faith and turned them into, freaky little helter-skelter mutants. I could see that. That's my direct enemy. Well, my direct enemy is myself. But beneath that is Satan. Beneath that is these people. Schrodinger's dialogue. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Their hands are in every single one of these things. To sit there and act as if they, not act, but it's them, dude. It's the Amish, dude. Come on, it is. It is. And I hate the idea that it's like kind of like a low resolution view, I hate the idea of like, well, that's just kind of a low resolution way of thinking about it. And it's actually a lot more doing it. It's like, well, yeah, but I can trace all of this clearly. The rest of it is nebulous. And also, if I dedicated my time having my brain instead of Myron Chuck's brain, if I dedicated my time to, looking through each and every one of these individual groups, what I bet I would find is a lot of Amish people behind them. And this is coming at a point where Charlie Kirk got shot shortly after he started talking about Israel and claiming to his close friends that he was afraid that he would be killed by Israel. And this is coming at the time when Nick, who's been this hyper-vocal guy about Israel, suddenly seems to be talking about, he's suddenly become a nuance bro. And calling everyone low IQ anti-Semite. So you're like, now you're a low IQ anti-Semite if you remain focused on this. If you remain focused on this. I don't know. I can't do it. No. My gut tells me no. My gut tells me no. Yeah, my gut tells me no. My gut tells me, keep your eye on the target. That's what my gut tells me. Yeah. If I'm proven wrong, then I'll openly say, but I don't think I will be proven wrong. I think that this is exactly what we know it to be now. And the idea that, oh, it's this grander thing, and that's just a dialectic, is no. 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 They would love that, I think. I think they would love that. That's what I think. I think if we could convince the people that the finding out about the Amish problem is a dialectic for some grander thing, that would take the heat off of a group that has run our people into the dirt for 100 years. Obviously a lot longer than that, but very specifically 100 years, and run our entire lives. That would definitely take the heat off of them. If all of a sudden we had this fog of eternal and infinite dialectics that made you be like, oh, well, that's what they want you to think, so I better not think that. To me, that's, and I'm not, to me, that's a trick. Not that Myron Chuck's doing a trick, but to me, that's a type of trick, is get people to become paralyzed by saying that that's part of a dialectic too. That's like a way of paralyzing people. And also it doesn't matter because we're moving towards truth. We're moving towards truth. We don't have access to every moving part in the entire world. What we do have access to is, and the receipts for, is everything that's happened to us in the past 100 years. And there's one specific hand behind all of it. So if we have access to that, and that is true, then not pursuing that truth because there may be other things at play, to me, it serves no purpose ultimately. Of course, there's always other things at play. There's always other things at play. There's always other things at play. That's always the case. But that doesn't change what's happened. And that doesn't make this go away. That doesn't make the fact that they've been the architects of our modern world culturally, financially. No, it's so obvious. I mean, that's the thing. Look, you can even look back at the Dodge brothers to look at the stock market system that we're existing in. The Dodge brothers, look at their original symbol. It was a Star of David. How they sued Ford because he was going to give his people more money and sell his cars for cheaper. They owned stock in Ford and said, if you do that, then you're hurting your shareholders. And they sued him so that he couldn't give his own people money. So much of what we're dealing with now is a direct result of the Amish. To simply reduce them to a small part of some grander scheme is, I don't know. No, I reject it, I guess. I reject it entirely. Yeah, I think I reject it entirely. Time will tell, but even if what I'm saying is true, what I'm saying is 100% true, Whether there's other moving parts, whether there's other pieces or not, what I'm saying is entirely true. At the end of the day, I name them because I see what they've done. I see it clearly. And I see the trajectory. I see the history of it. So I name them. At the end of the day, I name them. And then I go to liturgy. And I pray to God that he has mercy on my soul. That is what I do. Tigglebitty said, liberalism will consume all the wayward souls. Here's your sound, Tigglebitty. Did we hit the goal or no? Let me see. I'll hang out for another 14 minutes. But I think I'm done. I want to talk to myself for a while. Because it's hard for me to frame this without feeling like I'm going... It's hard for me to talk about this in the way that I would talk about this without sounding like I'm attacking Myron Chuck, I'm not attacking Myron Chuck. And so I'm like trying to figure out how to talk about this while also not attacking my friend, because I'm not attacking him. I'm not. But I reject the entire thing. I reject it. I reject it entirely. I do. That's true. I do. I reject it. There's always some shadowy group. The Bilderberg group, the Trilateral Commission, that everyone focuses on until the next group comes along. And they're what's actually making all the plans and making all the moves. And that to me seems like, that sounds like the smokescreen to me. That to me sounds like the red herring. Because there's always that. And it always takes the focus off of them. Always takes the focus off of them. And that's what it just did now. Yeah. That's where I'm at. If you are saying that all these groups are controlled by them, then focusing on the groups is focusing on them. That's the contradiction. If you are, hold on. If you're saying that all these groups are controlled by them, then focusing on the groups is focusing on them. I wasn't necessarily saying that all these groups are controlled by them, though I do think if, you know, somebody already said that in this Carlisle group, there's a lot of Amish names. The chief of BlackRock at one point was Amish. But that's besides the point. What I'm saying is that when we focus on these groups, I just think there's always this shadowy group that people focus on instead of the very obvious group, which there has been billions of dollars invested in you not looking at them. Billions of dollars invested in you not looking at them. You know what I mean? The entire Hollywood industry was invested in making them these empathetic, people who have suffered so much and should never be questioned. You know what I mean? That's what I was saying. I was saying when we look at the groups, what we always find is that these sorts of, there's always a group like this that people focus on. But then, you know, often when you look into these groups, if you look into, like, let's say the Tavistock Institute, what you find is a lot of Jewish thinkers running amok. You know what I mean? But people often point to these groups, and what I think is these groups become these sort of scapegoats for a much larger image of literally the enemies of Christ. Literally the enemies of Christ. No, I'm not aware of that book, The Ascending Ancient. Yeah, I love talking to Myron Chuck. But I do have to, like, afterwards, I have to sit there and I have to work it all out. And right now, this is me working it all out. We got 2 more super chats. Are you guys just waiting till the clock runs out? I'll wait till the clock runs out. I'll play another song in the meantime. Do we have a lot of people watching still? I don't even know. It's been, oh gosh, I've been streaming for 5 hours. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Yeah, that's kind of something to think about. Austin DeTulio, thank you, broski. Here's your sound, bro.
Austin DeTulio super chatted $5.
Oh, dude. Thought you clocked out, bud. Still dealing with toilets? That's one of my jokes. All right, let's see what this song is. Yeah, this is OBS. I'm becoming a wizard with it. This pensive music. Yo!
A Panini super chatted $2.35.
Thank you, A Panini. Here's your sound. Hold on. Thank you, Austin DeTulio. Here's your sound.
Austin DeTulio super chatted $5. Go.
And thank you, Michael Gabriel Fortino. Here's your sound.
Michael Gabriel Fortino super chatted for
And that's a dang goal, people.
$1.99. In the end we win. Orthodox cross emoji. Skull and crossbones emoji. Orthodox cross emoji.
Skull and crossbones emoji. Orthodox cross emoji. Anyway, thank you, not Wim Wenders. Thank you, who's that German guy? Thank you, what's his name? The guy who made Aguirre, the Wrath of God. Werner Herzog. Thank you, Werner Herzog, for reading my super chats today. I appreciate you, Werner Herzog. Thank you to everyone who watched me today. Thank you to everyone who gave me money. Used to be your money. Now it's my money. Fractional banking type B. We appreciate you for that. Definitely. And let me real quick say thank you to all my new members. We got some new members today. Gittins, Krill Key, Clicker, Kelly Silva, Ian Johnson, Beef Sleazy, Ben Folds 5 Chairs, Chris Pizzavas, Brody Alexander, a Young Old Boy, Hayes to the Koosh. That guy probably smokes weed. Wilhelm, Lucy Schubert, Edward Longshanks. Hey, Panini. Are We Not Men? Rachel Wilson. Rachel? Robert. Wicked Wally. Sunrocks. Partik P. Gruel. Micro Phoenix. Jacob Powers, Justin MF, Eric Vigilant, M Tunk. Thank you to all my new members, and thank you to all the members who have been here for the longest time. Let me do that real quick, even though I can't figure out how to make it be on screen. I want to give a thank you to everybody who has been a member. Just 1 second. Extanglia, an unknown warrior, has been with me for 2 months now. Thank you, Extanglia. We're coming up on 3, so we're going to be having a little secret convo soon. A Panini has been an op for 2 months. Oh, I didn't. So why did it have you come up as a new thing? That's weird. Jessica Bowman has been Tony's real life friend for 2 months. Maybe I won't read everything. Jessica Bowman, Column Rack, Pablo, Big Art, Lumberjack, Snagglebeast, DeJason, Austin, DeTulio, Cherton, Italian. It's glitching up. I got to figure out a better way to do this. I'm going to figure it out. But thank you to all my members. Thank you to the Unknown Warriors. Thank you to the Top Ramens. Thank you to the Tony's Real Life Friends. And thank you to the ops. We love our ops over here. If you're an op and you like what we're doing, you got to upgrade, though. That way I know you're real. That way I know you didn't just get gifted a membership. Yeah, we're almost at 3 months. Also, guys, I'm almost at, I don't know if you saw this, but I'm almost at, what's the number? I'm almost at 1,300 subscribers. I'm 20 away. So if you're watching this and you haven't subscribed, let's get me there before show's over on Friday. That'd be sick, man. Also, thank you, Myron Chuck, for coming on and discussing these things with me. And also, God bless you, Myron Chuck. Myron Chuck, when he first found out about me, pushed real hard to get my subscriber count up as well. He's a friend of the show. And thank you to everyone. Thank you, Austin, for jumping on. I want to say some other thing. I wanted to say, we got Ortho Thugs coming up on Friday, and we're also doing secret Ortho Thugs episodes every week now on my computer. So that's going to be different, and we're going to have a good time. I'm working on getting this music released, and I know I didn't do a members only show today. I'm gonna figure it out. I think I can figure it out. Maybe I'll do one. We'll see what's up. We'll see what's going on. If you're not Orthodox, become Orthodox. If you are Orthodox, go to church. A raid. Freaking always do this. Let me raid. I'm gonna raid. I will raid. Hold on, let me raid. I'm gonna raid. Let me raid.
Who are you gonna raid?
I don't know. Let's see who's running. Let me see who's up there. J Dyer, Wi-Fi Gospel. Either J Dyer or Wi-Fi Gospel. Let's raid J today. I'll raid Wi-Fi. I've done that a bunch of times. Today we're raiding J. I'll get Wi-Fi next time. Though I haven't heard from him lately. And I'm feeling some type of way. Wi-Fi, I haven't heard from you lately. I'm feeling some type of way. All right. Have a good night, guys.
In a garden brimming with gold and green. No mosquitoes, no predators, no need. I can see you staring beyond my dreams. I can hear you singing a song of peace. As a wave of love washes over me. See the light like diamonds shine through the trees. Every breeze whispers of eternity. I am finally where I'm supposed to be.
Next time that you see me, don't. Next time that they see me, they won't. Next time that you see me, don't. Next time that they see me, they won't. Next time that you see me, don't. Next time that they see me, they won't. Next time that you see me, don't. Next time that they see me, they won't. They won't. They won't. They won't. They